Will the reporter please swear in the witness?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Sheriff Palmer, would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Glenn Palmer, Palmer.
And you're currently employed as the Grant County Sheriff, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in that position?
Since 2000.
Did you hold any elected office before being elected the Sheriff of Grant County?
As far as for a government entity, for a board, or for...
By elected office, I'm referring to a government entity.
No.
Are you familiar with the definition of public body in the Oregon Public Records Law?
Verbatim, no.
Do you have a general awareness of that definition?
Yes.
What's your general understanding or awareness of the definition of a public body?
It would be somebody who is elected to a public office.
Have you held any position before becoming the Sheriff of Grant County in which you considered yourself to be a public body?
I don't know.
And how did you come to the understanding of a public body being defined as somebody elected to public office?
I don't know.
Have you ever been deposed before?
Yes, sir.
About how many times?
This is probably my third time.
So the previous 2 times, when did those occur?
I believe one of them was in the mid-1980s when I worked in the jail. And I think the last one was probably between 2005 and 2010, I'm kind of guessing.
When you were deposed, when you worked in the jail, what was the subject matter of that dispute?
I think there was an inmate that brought litigation against the county.
And were you a defendant in that litigation?
I believe the county was. I don't believe I was named in it.
And did that case go to trial?
No, sir, it did not. Not that I can recall.
And were you represented by the county's attorney in that deposition, to the best of your recollection?
Yes, they ended up flying us to Troutdale. I think the depositions were in Portland.
And the second dispute that occurred between 2005 and 2010, what was the nature of that dispute?
Myself and one other employee in the sheriff's office brought litigation against the county.
And what was the nature of that litigation, just generally?
There were some health concerns in the building that we're currently in now. The roof leaked, and there was some illnesses between the employees and myself, and we petitioned the county to fix it, and we ended up hiring an attorney.
And did that case go to trial?
No, sir, it didn't. It settled.
Any other deposition experience other than those 2 circumstances and today?
No, not that I can recall.
I'm assuming that as a law enforcement officer you've testified in court, though?
Yes.
Okay. About how many times?
I couldn't tell you.
Is it?
I'd hate to guess. I mean, it's, I've been to traffic court, I've been to civil court, I've been to criminal trials.
Is it probably over?
I've got 30 31, 32 years experience as a police officer.
Yeah, so I imagine it's probably over 20, over 50 times.
I'd hate to guess. I don't have an accurate account.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
I never kept track.
Other than your attorneys, did you discuss this deposition with anyone?
No.
Did you read anything to prepare for your deposition today?
No, sir, I did not.
Bring any documents with you today?
No.
You aware of any reason that you will not be able to give complete, truthful testimony today?
No.
And you understand you're under oath,
Yes, I do.
and you understand what that means?
You know what, I'd like to back up if I could on the one question.
Sure.
I'm sure you're aware that I am under investigation through the Department of Justice, and I'm going to have trouble answering anything that may be used against me in a court. So, if there's something that I've got maybe pending, as far as with that investigation, I may invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege and remain silent on.
So to be clear, there's no reason that there won't be truthful answers subject to privilege.
Subject to invoking your privilege. So, so let me ask just a couple of follow-up questions. And other than potentially declining to answer on the basis of attorney-client privilege or invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege, there's no health-related reason or other reason that you wouldn't be able to give truthful testimony today?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
All right. And with respect to your Fifth Amendment, your reference to the Fifth Amendment, are you aware of any pending investigation by federal or state authorities?
Yes.
Have you been called to testify at any federal or state grand jury investigation?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you received any formal or informal assurances of immunity related to that investigation?
I've not been in communication with anybody in regards to that, no, sir.
Okay. At any point in time before becoming sheriff, do you recall receiving any training related to the Oregon Public Records Law and its requirements?
No, I have not. I don't recall.
At any point in time before becoming sheriff, did you attempt to learn the requirements of the Oregon Public Records Law? And again, I'm focused on the period of time before 2000 when you were elected sheriff of Green County.
No.
At any point in time before becoming sheriff, do you recall receiving a public records request personally?
No. I don't believe I was in a position of receiving a public records request as being a subordinate to either the previous sheriff or a chief of police. They wouldn't come to me. Typically, they would be handled by administration.
At any point in time before you became sheriff, do you recall responding to a public records request, either in writing or looking for documents responsive to a request?
Not that I can recall.
Before the present case, were you ever named as a defendant in a public records lawsuit?
Not that I can recall.
Now, after you were elected sheriff, what steps, if any, did you take to learn the requirements of the Oregon Public Records Law?
I don't think I took any steps. my recollection, I've received no formal training.
Do you recall having discussions with the Secretary of State or anyone in state government about the public records law after you were elected sheriff?
Not that I recall.
What about any discussions with anybody else other than your attorneys? Do you recall anything between the year 2000 and today that you discussed with someone about the Oregon Public Records Law?
I may have talked with our county judge, Scott Meyer. I may have talked to Ron Yoakum, who's the county attorney. I think there was some communication with attorneys or representatives from the county insurance services. There may have been some discussion between my secretary and I. But
When, and I don't want to hear anything about a discussion that you have had with an attorney, so
Okay.
excluding those discussions, when did you talk to Mr. Myers approximately about the Oregon Public Records Law or public records requirements?
it was pretty much in the inception of what this case has brought forward. It was at the beginning of this case.
So some point this year?
I would say back in, I'm guessing it's spring, March, April, May, somewhere in there.
And what did you and Mr. Myers discuss at that time?
Basically, how we were going to try to satisfy this public records request.
And when you refer to this public records request, you're referring to requests from Mr. Zeitz or the Oregonian?
Yes.
And in that conversation or conversations, what did you tell Mr. Myers and what did he tell you?
I think some of the conversation was around how he could help meet the public records request to make sure that I was going to meet the public records request. I think he extended his hand out to me to see if he could help me. It was probably less than a 5-minute conversation.
You mentioned also potential discussions with the county insurance representative, correct?
Yes,
Okay. What were those discussions about?
those were attorneys as well.
Oh, attorneys, okay,
Yes.
got it. So other than talking with Mr. Meyer, is it Meyer or Myers?
Myers, Meyer.
Thank you. All of your other discussions about the public records law have been with attorneys?
I believe so. To the best of my recollection, I don't require, or I don't remember speaking with anybody outside other than my attorney and Ben Boyd from the same law firm.
Got it.
That was Hostetter Law Group, I guess.
And you mentioned that after becoming sheriff, you don't recall receiving any training in the Oregon Public Records Law or its requirements. Is that right?
Not that I can recall.
Did you ever review any documents or statutes or rules regarding the Oregon Public Records Law after you became sheriff?
Yes.
And when did you review those documents?
Oh, I would say, and again, this has been quite some time ago. I remember reading the administrative rule, and I don't have the number committed to memory, but it talked about retention of records and different kind of records that were it was pretty much trying to gear our office up for what we needed to keep for a permanent record and what we could keep for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years.
And do you recall just roundabout time frame when you may have looked at that administrative rule?
No, it's been too long ago. In fact, I don't even remember where it came from. Somebody had it printed off the internet or off the computer, and it wasn't something that I went and looked up. Somebody else had it printed off, and we looked at it.
When you say we, was it you and somebody else?
My office staff,
Okay.
yes,
And was that Ms. DeFord at the
I
time?
believe so. So it's been since she's come on, so I don't have her data hire, so.
Other than the administrative rule that you just testified about, do you recall reviewing any other documents related to the Oregon Public Records Law after you became sheriff?
I don't recall that I have.
At any point in time after becoming sheriff, do you recall receiving a public records request from someone other than Mr. Zeitz in the Oregonian?
Yes,
And from whom did you receive that request?
you know, we get quite a few of them throughout a month. You know, we get them from, I think it's called Lexus or LexisNexis. We get them from various insurance companies, various attorneys wanting copies of police reports, copies of jail files, other government agencies wanting copies of police reports, other police officers, other police agencies. A lot of them come from like car insurance companies that motor vehicle crashes, and they want copies of photographs. And but you know, there's sometimes we get 2 or 3 a week. Sometimes we'll go a month or 2 without getting them.
Okay.
Sometimes they're far and few between, and sometimes we get quite a few of them. Just depends on how busy we've been.
Is it fair to say it's not uncommon for your office to receive public records requests with some frequency?
Correct.
What about requests specifically for media organizations? Do you recall receiving media public records requests since the time you were elected sheriff?
You know, I'm not sure how to answer that because up until this last January, I had a pretty good relationship with the media. I've actually have a file in my office that is relatively thick, and it's every media release that I've ever put out to either our local radio or to our local newspaper. And until this event, I quit typing them. Since then, I've received several requests from Sean Hart, from Amanda Peacher from the Oregon Public Broadcasting. One gentleman out of Colorado, I don't recall what his name is. Local radio station's been in touch with us for some stuff, and then of course Sean Hart from the Blue Mountain Eagle's been in contact with me asking for information specific to cases that might be going on at the time that they're interested in, that they may want to report on.
So, the file that you referred to, those are media or press releases that you initiate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to public records requests that you receive that are generated from the media, just focused maybe on 2016, approximately how many have you received?
Give me the dates again, please.
Well, I'm trying to bound it time-wise. So
Okay.
January 1st of 2016 to the present day, how many public records requests would you say that you or your office has received from the media?
I couldn't tell you. It got to the point where it literally became overwhelming to me, and I don't have a clue as to how many I received. You know, I just named off a few of them. I know I got a number of them from Mr. Zates. I mean, it's not just a handful, it was a bunch of them.
But excluding requests from the Oregonian, did you receive requests, public records requests from the Blue Mountain Eagle, for example, during that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many did you receive?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. It's probably less than 10, and I'm guessing, so it's, you know, maybe even less than 5, I don't know.
And you mentioned Amanda Peacher. Did you also receive requests, public records requests from her in 2016?
Yes.
And approximately how many?
Again, I'm guessing I would probably say close to 5, if not less than 5. And there's actually one that's still pending with her, that the information she's asked for was sent to Ron Yoakum for legal review before we could release it. And that one's still pending.
So is it fair to say that, excluding the Oregonian and Mr. Zeitz, that you've received at least 10 other public records requests from other media organizations in 2016?
Yes. I need to ask a question here real
Let's just
quick.
take a little break.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 9:45. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 9:48.
Sheriff Palmer, just going back to some of my earlier questions, or one earlier question. At any point in time, have you read the Oregon Public Records Law, the statutes?
Yes, I have.
And when do you recall reading the Public Records Law?
I was briefed with one of my attorneys on that
So
discussion since I've been represented.
is that in connection with this lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only time you recall reviewing the Oregon Public Records Law, the statutes?
Yes.
When you were elected sheriff, you understood that you became a public body, as that term is defined in the Public Records Law, correct?
Yes.
Objective calls for a legal conclusion, but if you can answer that or have the basis of knowledge, go ahead.
Again, I think my answer would be yes.
And you understand that a public body may also be the custodian of public records, correct?
Yes.
What, in your understanding, is a public record?
I'll object that it calls for a legal conclusion, but if you're able to answer, go ahead and answer it.
I don't have the statute committed to memory, so I think it would be fair to say I don't know.
Do you have a general understanding of how the statute defines a public record?
again, if you're able to answer it, go ahead.
Understanding that you don't have the verbatim definition committed to memory.
Ask your question again, please.
Understanding, I'll rephrase it. Understanding that you don't have the statutory definition memorized, the verbatim definition memorized, do you have a general understanding of what a public record is?
Yes.
And what is that general understanding?
There are some exemptions to public records, but generally any work product that's generated within my office could be considered a public record.
What do you mean when you refer to work product?
I think it has to do with any work that's conducted within my position as sheriff or our offices. You know, anything that we generate or any documents that we could generate or.
Do you have an understanding as to what the subject matter of those documents must be in order for them to be considered a public record?
Objection calls for interpretation of the statute, but if you're able to answer, go ahead.
Again, I don't have that committed to memory.
The statute defines, and I'm referring to, quoting ORS 192.4104A, that statute defines a public record as, quote, any writing that contains information relating to the conduct of the public's business, close quote. Do you recall at any time reviewing that statutory definition?
I believe I have.
Now that I have stated that definition to you, does it refresh your recollection that that is in fact the statutory definition of a public record in the Oregon Public Records Law?
Object because it calls for interpretation, but if you're able to answer, go ahead.
You know, I don't want to sit here and say I don't trust you, but I don't have it committed to it. That's what you're telling me. You know, I basically don't have any reason to doubt you, sir, but
Fair.
again, I don't have the statute committed to memory. I don't have it memorized.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
So, was it your understanding, yes or no, that if your office generated a writing that contained information relating to the conduct of the public's business, that that writing was in fact a public record?
Objection calls for interpretation of the statute, but if you can answer, go ahead.
I'm not sure how to answer it. I'm not sure at what point within, prior to this legal proceeding, or, I mean, was it prior to this litigation? Or during or after, or?
Sure. Well, that's a good point. Let me ask in terms of chunks of time. Before this litigation was initiated, was it your understanding that any work product or writing from your office that contained information relating to the conduct of the public business was a public record?
I'm gonna object, and I'll advise you not to answer on Fifth Amendment privilege.
Okay. What does the Oregon Public Records Law require you to do as a elected official when you receive a public records request in writing?
Object to the extent and ask for interpretation, but if you're able to answer, or you know, go ahead and answer.
Again, I don't have that committed to memory, so I don't think it would be fair for me to speculate or throw something out there that I don't have an extreme or verbatim, or I don't want to leave something out or put something in it that I'm not sure. So I'm going to say I don't know. I don't.
Sitting here today, do you have any understanding, general or specific, as to what the Oregon Public Records Law requires you to do when you receive a public records request in writing?
I have a form at my office that we have the person fill out, that we've started using since this litigation started. And there are some instructions on that as far as there needs to be a response to the requester. I think there's like 3 or 4 subparts to the statute, or to the, we have to give them some type of a some kind of a notice as to when they can expect a record, whether we have it or not. There may be a fee or a charge, or whether those fees could be waived. An idea as to when they may receive those records, whether they want them electronically or hard copies, or if they want to come to the office and review them. That's what I can recall as far as the statute, or what our policy is now in regards to responding to a public records request.
And you indicated that this was a form that you started using since this litigation began, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when was it that you started using that form?
Again, I'm guessing, but I would say around July, August.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
And
Again, I have never received any formal training that I can recall in regards to public records, and this is something that Ben Boyd from Hofstadter Law Group helped me put together.
Let's take a just short break.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 9:58. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 10:04.
before the form that you just testified about, that Mr. Boyd helped you with and you started using this year, before that form, were there any written policies or procedures that you followed related to the public records law or public records requests?
No. Not that I can recall.
What was your general practice and procedure for responding to public records requests before the, I'll call it the form, was drafted?
Again, typically we would get requests for crash reports. We'd get requests for various police reports. I would often rely and depend on going and speaking either with our district attorney or our juvenile director when it involved, there's things like victims information and juvenile information and sex abuse cases that even after the cases were done, I would not just hand the information out based solely on what I knew. I would go seek advice from either our district attorney or our juvenile director when it involved juveniles or people under a certain age that were not to give those records out. Names of victims in sex abuses, rapes. There's just certain stuff that it's either redacted or, we wouldn't release that information to the public. There's stuff that would be exempt, but typically the work product from our office is stuff people were asking for. Again, it's just mostly from insurance companies or.
And how would you usually get those requests? Would it be a telephone call, an email, a letter?
Would usually get something in the mail that would accompany a check for the cost of producing those records, and they were mailed right out.
And for those types of requests, was that something that you handled, or was it typically Mr. Ford who handled that?
Typically, I would see the mail and instruct her to go ahead and fill out the, and to be honest with you, I never even considered them as public records requests. They were just people asking for crash reports or pictures of a motorcycle that went off the bank or over, just to help satisfy their insurance claim or, help them be made whole again if they had a claim filed against their insurance. Or I never even looked at them as a public records request. It was just something that we provided to them, and it's.
What about, again, focused on the period of time before July of this year, what about those requests from like the Blue Mountain Eagle or other media organizations? How would you respond to those? What policies or procedures did you follow in order to satisfy those requests?
Prior to July, you know what, I don't know exactly when. I know I had Sean Hart in my office, and he went through one case file with Logan Badgett from the KJDY, from our local radio station. Looking back prior to July, I don't recall anything from Sean Hart or, between then and January, I guess, that, trying to recall anything from them. Prior to July, I don't recall.
This is the first exhibit, please. Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as Deposition Exhibit 1. This is a news article that indicates it was published by Mr. Hart on June 21st in the Blue Mountain Eagle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar generally with the subject matter of this article?
You know what? I don't read the Blue Mountain Eagle, so I would have to say no.
Okay. Do you recall that there was a settlement that occurred in the summer of this year involving an individual, Mr. Koisich? I'm sorry, I'm probably
Yes.
not. Okay. Did you receive a public records request related to this settlement from the Blue Mountain Eagle?
Looking back, I don't recall, but there's a possibility that I could have.
Do you recall one way or the other what you did in order to satisfy that request?
I don't know if I responded with an email or by photocopying the file. and given it to the Blue Mountain Eagle. I don't recall. I may have photocopied the file and gave it to him.
And when you say the file, are you referring to the criminal case file?
Yes, the investigation report.
And was that something that you did personally, or did you delegate that task to Mr. Ford?
I believe I did it. With the litigation that was going on, I take those and secure those so that they don't get disposed of or destroyed or lost. Or I knew we had County Insurance Services and I were involved in dealing with a claim that was filed or a notice of a tort. And I think I took the file in his jail file and secured it in my office so that anything that we got on it was added to that case file, and it was basically secured in my office.
So was that does that refresh your recollection at least before July of 2016, when you started using the form, that you personally responded to a public records request by a member of the media?
Yes, I would say yes. To the best of my knowledge, I'd have to say yes.
And other than getting a copy of the case file that you secured for purposes of that litigation, did you follow any particular policy or procedure in order to respond to that public records request?
No, not that I can recall.
Do you, as an elected official, have any type of document retention or destruction policy?
Object to form, but answer if you can.
You know what, without looking at my policy and procedure manual, I'm not sure what to answer. I don't have the whole manual committed to memory either.
Have you ever read the statutes or administrative rules that govern the retention or destruction of public records?
I think I testified earlier that I have reviewed some administrative rules some time back, and I don't recall how long ago it was.
Other than that instance, do you recall at any other time reviewing the either the statutes or administrative rules that govern the retention and destruction of public records?
No.
Did you ever receive any, and I think you may have testified to this before, I apologize, did you ever receive any training in document retention and destruction requirements, policies, or procedures?
No.
Object to form,
Oh, sorry.
but answer if you can.
No, I'm going to answer no, I have not.
Before this litigation, were you aware that as an elected official, you were required to follow the document retention schedules published by the state archivist?
Object to the extent it asks for a legal conclusion, but answer if you can.
No.
Other than your attorneys, have you ever spoken with either someone in the state archivist office or anyone else about legal requirements related to document retention and destruction?
Not that I can recall. I don't believe I ever have.
What is your understanding of what state law requires of you as an elected official with respect to the retention of public records?
Object on the basis to the form. Are you talking about all documents or certain types of documents?
I'm think I limited my question to public records, but I can be perhaps more specific.
That would help.
Do you have an understanding of what state law requires with respect to the retention or destruction of emails that you may generate in your capacity as a sheriff?
I'm going to advise you not to answer on Fifth Amendment privilege.
Mark this as next exhibit, please. Sir, you've been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 2. This is a document created in this litigation entitled Defendant's Response to Plaintiff's First Request for Production. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Again, I don't have it committed to memory.
Do you recall at any point in time reviewing this document?
I don't believe I have.
Do you see that the first page, page 1, line 15, indicates that pursuant to ORCP 43, defendants Grant County Sheriff's Office, Glenn Palmer, and Sally DeFord, collectively defendants, make the following response to plaintiff's first request for production. Do you see that?
Yes.
Having reviewed that, do you understand that this document is a response to requests for production by the plaintiffs, by all of the defendants in this litigation?
Say that again, please.
I'm sorry. Do you know that this response is on behalf of yourself as a defendant in this litigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. That's a simpler way of asking it. And you see that request for production number 1 on page 2. Calls for all document creation, storage, retention, or disposition policies, plans, schedules, and/or procedures applicable to any public records in your possession, custody, or control. Do you see that?
Yes.
And
Line 19.
Say it again?
Line 19, perhaps?
line 19 through 22 is what I
Yes.
just read. And you see that the response, which is on behalf of yourself as well as the other defendants, is responsive documents will be provided. Do you see that?
Line 23?
Yes.
Yes.
And there are similar requests for production number 2, number 3, which also refer to retention policies generally, and then number 4, a request for the office's, your office's organizational structure. Do you see that? And I'm just describing the request generally.
Yes.
And do you see in the back of this document, it's dated July 15th, 2016.
Yes.
And that it's indicated it's from your attorneys, correct?
Okay.
Okay. This is the next exhibit, please. Thank you. hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. This is, the cover page is an email from Mr. Boyd, one of your attorneys, to myself and other members of my office. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the email indicates, please see the attached documents in response to the Oregonian's request for documents number 1 through 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you understand that Mr. Boyd was providing documents responsive to the request for production that are listed in Exhibit 2, numbers 1 through 4?
In Exhibit 2.
Correct.
Yes.
And the attachments line of this email indicates that there are 3 attachments. Do you see that? Referring to Exhibit 3. They're labeled GCSO policies, chain of command.
I see what, under the subject line, yes.
Correct.
Under attachments, yes.
And then policies on media relations and public records procedure form. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in reviewing this document, is it your understanding that Mr. Boyd is providing those documents, those attachments, in response to the Oregonian's request for production number 1 through 4?
Yes.
Did you review the documents that your attorneys were providing to confirm that they were in fact responsive and complete?
When I scanned these documents to my attorney, I believe I got their responses back, but I can't say that I looked at every one of them.
In providing these documents, were you attempting to ensure that all responsive documents to request number 1 through 4 were being provided?
Say that again.
Actually, strike that. Would you turn to the second page of Exhibit 3? Is this an excerpt from the Grant County Sheriff's Office Policy and Procedure Manual?
Yes.
And does the next page depict the organizational structure of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And those 2 documents are responsive to request for production number 4 in Exhibit 2, correct?
Well, object on basis of knowledge, but if you're able to answer that, go ahead.
I will say yes. After reviewing these documents, yes.
And would you turn to the next page of Exhibit 3, please?
Does it have a title?
Section 11, Media Relations. This is an excerpt from the Grant County Sheriff's Office Policy and Procedure Manual, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally follow this policy related to media relations in your capacity as an elected official?
Objection, but answer it if you can.
I'm going to say I tried.
Was there any other media relations policy separate from this one in Exhibit 3 that you followed as an elected official?
I don't believe there is.
And was it your policy as an elected official to, as this document states in the last sentence of the first paragraph, to not deny any news media groups, organization, or individuals any information to which they are legally entitled?
Which paragraph are you referring to?
Under policy, last sentence.
Yes.
And was it your policy, I'm just turn the page to the second page of the media relations policy. At the top of the document, paragraph 2. Was it your policy as an elected official to release to the media as promptly as circumstances allow, without partiality and in as objective a manner as possible, information to which they are entitled?
Yes.
And if you flip a few more pages in Exhibit 3, you'll get to a third document. Entitled Public Records Request Procedure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the form that you testified earlier about that was created in or around July of 2016?
Yes.
And this form is 3 pages, correct?
Yes, it is.
And to the best of your knowledge, nothing like this form existed prior to July of 2016, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, are there any other documents that exist that are responsive to request for production number 1, 2, 3, or 4 in Exhibit 2? And feel free to review them.
An exhibit. Say those again.
Sure. Requests numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Exhibit 2. Are there any other documents responsive to those requests?
Are there any other documents other than what's referred in this, to the best of my knowledge? Is that your question?
Kind of. You see that Exhibit 3, your attorneys provided us with some documents, correct?
Yes.
And those documents were represented to us to be documents responsive to requests numbers 1 through 4 in the cover email. Do you see that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to understand is whether there are any other documents that are responsive to requests 1 through 4 that were not attached to Mr. Boyd's email.
I don't believe there is.
What's the next? Sir, you've been handed Exhibit 4. This is a document entitled Email Policy Manual for Local Government. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you seen this document before today?
I have never reviewed this document prior to today.
When you say you've never reviewed this document, is that, do I take that to mean this is the first time that you've seen this document?
I'm gonna advise on this line of questioning not to answer based on Fifth Amendment privilege.
You've now been handed Exhibit 5, which is a document dated February 16th, 2016, addressed to you, entitled Public Records Request. Do you see that?
Yes,
And do you recall receiving this document and reviewing it before today?
I believe I have.
When do you recall?
You know what, and I think I want to expound just a little bit on this. I have received so many of these, to be honest with you, way too many to actually recall whether or not. I could not tell you honestly. There were a bunch of these that came in, and they were sent to me a second time sometimes. So, overwhelming, to be honest with you.
Fair enough. I'll ask you some questions and see if I can refresh your memory, if that's possible. This request is dated February 16th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this document? I'm sorry. Do you recall reviewing this document at any time after February 16th, but before today?
Objection asked and answered, but if you have a further answer, go ahead.
Possibly.
Do you recall if you ever acknowledged this request or responded to this request in writing?
Just by a brief scan, I have responded to this public records request. I haven't read each and every one of them, but just a glance looking over it, I believe I have.
Other than responses that were sent on your behalf by your attorneys, did you personally separately respond to this public records request at any time?
Did I personally respond to this records request outside of my attorneys?
Let me be more specific, because I may not be asking it right. You recall earlier testifying to a general understanding of what was required of you when you receive a public records request. Do you recall that testimony? For example, you have to tell somebody if there's going to be a fee, or you have to tell them if the records are going to be available or what time they would be available. Do you remember that?
No, object to the extent that it construes the testimony, but if you can answer if you can.
You know what, I'm starting to get confused.
I'm sorry. That's my fault then, as asking not very good questions.
So
let
I don't
me,
know how to answer it, to be honest with you.
let me be more specific then. At any time between February 16th and this litigation, did you respond to Mr. Zeitz in writing and tell him that the records he was requesting in Exhibit 5 were available?
I may have.
Do you recall one way or the other whether in fact you did so?
I don't. I received so many of these, it became overwhelming, and it's,
Do you recall, and again, I'm looking for what you did personally, not what your attorneys may have done on your behalf, what you may have told Mr. Zeitz about the records he was requesting in Exhibit 5?
Objection asked and answered. If you have a further answer, go ahead.
I don't have another answer.
Well, now the initial request refers to your Grant County email address, correct? Request number
Yes.
1. And can we agree for purposes of my questioning that when I refer to your Grant County email address, I'm referring to your Grant County Gov email address that's referred to in request number 1, just as a shorthand?
I don't have that email account. I've never asked for one, I've never set one up under that email. I don't visit that email, I don't respond to any emails under that account. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't know how to access it. I've never sent anything under that email or received anything that I can recall. It may have been provided by ESD or by the county, but the email account that I have under number 2 is published. And for me to put out another email, and they,
You should just wait for a question
okay,
from the attorney.
okay.
All right. Okay. Have you ever accessed an email account that begins palmerg@grantcounty?
I don't believe I have.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 6. This is a document dated April 26, 2016.
Mhm.
And it's entitled Public Records Request, and it's addressed to you. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And is that your handwriting on the first page of this document?
yes,
And on the right side, does it indicate April 27, 16, scanned by email, Glenn?
yes,
And in this document, under request number 1, there's a request for all emails received or sent to your Grant County email account. Do you see that?
yes,
And is that your handwriting where you indicate, I do not use account?
yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 7. This is a series of emails, an email string between you and Mr. Myers. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And if you turn to the second page, they start at the bottom with the oldest email, dated Monday, March 28th, 2016 at 4:21 p.m. Do you see that?
say that again, please.
Do you see on the second page of this document, Exhibit 7, there's an email from you to Mr. Myers dated March 28th, 2016 and sent at 4:21 p.m. Do you see
Yes,
that?
I see that.
Okay. And in that email, you're asking Mr. Myers about emails in your CenturyTel account. The first question, do you see that?
Correct.
And on the first page of the document, Mr. Myers responds approximately 16 minutes later to you discussing your CenturyTel account, correct?
Toward the bottom of the page?
Correct.
Yes.
And then in the next email sent by you to Mr. Myers, dated March 28th, 2016 at 4:41 p.m., you indicate, Scott, there is nothing there for what Zeitz is asking for with my CenturyLink account. I do not use nor have I ever logged on to my Grant County account. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that consistent with your testimony today that it's your understanding that you've never used or logged on to your Grant County account?
As far as I can recall from this date, I don't recall ever using the Grant County issued account. I've never assigned it a password that I know of. And to be honest with you, I don't know how I would even access it. To my knowledge, I've never used the account.
Are you aware that your attorneys have produced approximately 200 emails received or sent from your Grant County account in connection with this litigation?
I believe they have, but I don't recall seeing those emails. And I do recall having discussion with my attorney over that.
Well, I don't want to know anything that you...
Yeah, that's as far as I'm gonna say on that, so.
Okay. So in fact, what you told Mr. Myers and what you indicated in your handwritten notations on Exhibit 6, that turned out not to be accurate, correct?
My response to that is, I did not set up the Grant County.gov account. I've never assigned it a password, and to my recollection, I've never used that account or logged on to it or accessed it. I've typically used the one under number 2, I believe on Exhibit 5.
Sorry, got out of order. So I'm handing you 2 documents. I'd like you to look at Exhibit 9 before Exhibit 8, if you could. Exhibit 9 is a letter dated July 15th, 2016, from your attorneys to myself at my office. Do you see that?
Yes.
And on the first page, do you see that under the Ray line, it refers to public records request, February 16th, 2016. Do you see that?
On the first page.
Yes, first page, first line after RE colon.
Talking here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that first line.
Okay.
And do you see that under number 1 of this document on the first page, it repeats the request for all emails received and sent to your Grant County email account of palmerg@grantcounty-or-gov from January 2016 to the present.
Okay.
And do you see that your attorney's response was that Grant County Sheriff's Office is the custodian of about 200 emails received and sent from this email account from November 2015 to late April 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that that's an approximately 6-month period?
Yes.
And okay. Now, if you could look at Exhibit 8, please. Do you see that the first page of Exhibit 8 is a communication between you and Mr. Lucas dated January 21st of 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the email at the bottom is an email from you to Mr. Lucas using your Grant County email account, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you recall writing to Mr. Lucas, look forward to working with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It was when he first took the position in emergency management as a search and rescue coordinator for the state of Oregon.
Did anyone else write this email? The email that was sent to Mr. Lucas on Thursday, January 21st, 2016 at 4:16 p.m.
I believe I shipped it to him, but I believe he is the one that sent it to my .gov account, and I replied to him. To be honest with you, I have no clue or any recollection of it coming on that account. I didn't look at it back then when he shipped it to me.
Well, if it's your recollection that you don't know how to log on, nor have you ever used your Grant County email account, how is it that there are approximately 200 emails received or sent within that account from November 2015 to late April 2016?
Are you asking for just received or just sent or both?
Well, I'm using the characterization of Mr. Boyd's letter, Exhibit 9. Grant County's Sheriff's Office is the custodian of about 200 emails received and sent from this email account.
I honestly don't recall ever logging on to the .gov account and using that account. As I said, my CenturyTel account is a published email, and I tried to stay away from the .gov account, even though some of the other offices within the courthouse had asked me to switch over.
Why was it that you made it a practice of staying away from the .gov account?
Because it's published. And for me to go through the State Sheriff's Association and all the magazines and books, it's on our business cards, it's on our website, and I have a really hard time keeping tires on my patrol car, let alone coming up with the money to switch to a new email account. And to go buy brand new business cards, trust me, I would rather go get a root canal than ask for money to have my address changed on my business cards.
So let me
It's an absolute fight with the county to ask for $50 to get new business cards than it is to say I'm not going to use the .gov account.
I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. I understand, I think I understand it, but let me be clear. You're saying that your CenturyTel account is the account that's basically been distributed to the public
It's
and
published.
also
Yes, sir.
published in the various sources that you
Yes.
just referred to. but your .gov account does not appear on the website or business cards or Sheriff's Association or any of the other sources.
Correct, on our website, yes.
Okay. And it would just be a big hassle to try to switch which email was being published on all those sources from CenturyTel to the .gov.
It would be literally impossible financially, because there's some of my business cards that are printed that instead of putting the deputies' names on them, it has my name, and they can write their name in, and it still has, oh boy. You know what, I better stop there without having the business card here to look at it, but you know what, as far as what I can testify as to my email address, when I received this from Mr. Lucas and I responded to him, I don't recall it being on the .gov account. How he got that email, I don't know. Because the last gentleman before him, which was George's Kleinbaum, that email account with the .gov on it, I never had it. I've always used the G.E. Palmer at CenturyTel. So how they started using that and how it started coming in, I don't know where they got the email. Unless, you know what? I think I know where it came from, because the county has their own website, and I think they put it on the website, and these people going there are shipping these. And I know that there's been times where those emails have been forwarded to me from Sally Bartlett. And I think she is the one that is like the webmaster or somebody, is how they're getting there, and I'm not picking them up. She was forwarding these to me, I think. But I've never intentionally gone to the .gov account, logged on, password protected, any of that stuff. I've never gone on it intentionally. All of those emails that were referred to in, I think 9, under the .gov, no clue they were there.
Okay.
5 minutes left on tape, Council.
And I think this would be a good time actually to break, because I'm going to start a new line of questioning.
This is the ending of tape number 1 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. We're going off the record. The time is approximately 10:53 a.m. This is the beginning of tape number 2 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. Today's date is September 20th, 2016. The time is approximately 11:03 a.m. We are now back on the record.
Mr. Palmer, the February 16th request, Exhibit 5, refers to your CenturyTel email address, correct?
Yes.
And can we agree, for purposes of my questions, that when I refer to your CenturyTel email address, that's the email address gepalmer400@centurytel.net? Can we agree that I'll just call that the CenturyTel email address?
Sure.
Okay. And is it fair to say that, as I understand it, this is the primary email that you use to communicate in your capacity as sheriff?
Yes.
What are all the computers or other devices that you have used since November 1st, 2015 to access your CenturyTel account?
I advise to exercise your right not to answer based on Fifth Amendment privilege. You know what,
Do you-
Council, I'm just thinking about that. I'm rethinking that. If you know Sheriff Palmer, go ahead and answer that.
For accessing the CenturyTel account, what other devices?
What I'm looking for is a list, to the best of your recollection, of all the devices, computers, smartphones, etc., that you have used to access that email account, the CenturyTel account, from November 1st, 2015 to the present.
Okay. The only devices that I know are my work computer, at my desk, the 620-2420, and the 620-1493, maybe.
The last one is 620.
1493, my work cell.
Is your work computer a desktop computer?
Yes,
And is that computer located in your office?
yes,
Is that a county-issued computer?
yes.
Has the hard drive on that computer been repaired or altered in any way since November 1st of 2015?
Possibly.
What do you mean when you answer possibly?
Say that again, please.
I'm sorry, what do you mean when you answer possibly?
I may have had some computer issues within the last, since November, since last fall sometime, where my computer crashed and it required a new hard drive. I think ESD came in and did some work on my computer.
Approximately when did that occur?
I couldn't tell you. I'm kind of guessing, but I know I had one time when my computer crashed, and I think they had to come in and put a new hard drive in it. Now,
Do you remember the season, time of year, cold?
I don't.
Yeah.
It was. I know they've done so many of them. It's hard for me to recall whether it was mine and Sally's, and I know those hard drives are secured in my office. And I know within the last week or 10 days, Sally ended up with them to have ESD do some work on them.
Couple questions. ESD refers to,
Educational Service District.
and Sally is of course Mr. Ford, correct?
Yes.
And what hard drives did you have secured in your office?
I have two of them in brown paper bags, and I don't recall what the writing is on it, but I think they say Sally's hard drive.
Is that because they're hard drives from her computer?
I believe so.
When your computer crashed and ESD came in and did some work on it, did you retain a copy of that hard drive from your computer?
I don't recall. I can't remember if ESD took it or whether it's in my office somewhere.
Other than the computer crash that you just referred to, do you recall any other time when your hard drive was replaced or repaired in any way?
No. You know what, let me back up. Other than when ESD started our computer systems, that was when, sometime back, way back, is when they first took over. I think we ended up with brand new computers. And that computer before that it's gone. I have no recollection where it's at.
Was that before November 1st, 2015?
Yes, long time ago.
Okay, all right. But since November 1st of 2015, you've had the same computer, right? Work computer.
Yes. To the best of my knowledge, I want to say that I've had it, something happened to it and they had to come and take some of the data off of one and put it onto the other one. And I want to say it crashed or something happened to where it took an IT person to come in and do quite a bit. I think they changed the tower out or something.
Does ESD, do they function as like your IT department? If you have a computer
Yes.
issue, you call them?
Yes.
Is that the only computer that you've used, computer I'm talking about, desktop or laptop, that you've used to access the SentryTel email?
Yes, I have no laptop.
Have you ever accessed the SentryTel, strike that. And the 2420 number, is that a, what type of phone is that?
That's it's a Galaxy S5, that's my personal cell phone.
And you have accessed your SentryTel email from that phone, correct?
No, I've sent things from my smartphone to my email.
Describe how you go about doing that.
Most recently, I don't recall the date, it's been the last 2 weeks, we had a 16-year-old boy shoot himself. I ended up finding him, and I'd hiked up on the hill and I didn't bring my camera with me, so I used my personal cell phone to take pictures of it. And then I shipped those to my SentryTel account, and then had those put to a CD. And those pictures are still on my computer at work, but I've deleted them off my smartphone.
Other than sending pictures to your SentryTel email, have you accessed or sent anything to your SentryTel email account from your personal cell phone?
Not that I recall, it's been a long time. I typically don't access my email through my smartphones. It is rare, extremely rare that I do that.
And the 1493 number, what kind of phone is that?
Oh, I want to say it's a Galaxy. I don't remember the number, but it's a work issued. Belongs to the county, it's owned by the county.
And do you recall any instance since November 1st of 2015 when you've used that phone to send or receive email on your SentryTel account?
Not that I can recall. There may be, but I don't recall. It's been a long time.
Have you accessed the SentryTel account from any other device, like a home computer?
Absolutely not.
How long have you had the SentryTel email account?
I couldn't tell you.
Has it been years?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you recall if that was the email account that you got when you were elected sheriff?
It's not. I've had one prior to that.
But no clue when the switch occurred?
I don't recall. It's been a long time.
When you get to work in the morning, do you typically turn on your desk computer?
It's always left on.
It's always left on. Do you, when you get to work in the morning, do you log on to the computer using a password?
I would object to outside the scope of what's relevant or calculated to discover, but you can answer it.
Yes.
how do you access your email from your work computer?
When I come on, it takes me to a main page, and up at the top, there's a taskbar that says CenturyLink. I click on that. Then I go over to the right side of the screen. There's a green box that says email, and that opens my email accounts. Singular, not plural, I'm sorry. My email account.
Do you know what program you're using when you open up your email?
I don't have that knowledge.
Do you know whether or not you're opening a web browser in order to access your email?
No.
You don't know one way or the
Yeah,
other?
all I do is access my emails. I'm not an IT person at all.
Okay. Approximately how many emails would you receive on any given day in your CenturyTel account? From just, so we bound time, talking about since November 1st, 2015.
It's hard for me to say because I don't know. I don't know how
I'm
to
gonna
answer
stop
that.
you there. Well, I guess we'll let it go. I mean, so answer it if you're able to. Well, no, let me stop you there. I am gonna advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Just for purposes of the record, is that attorney-client privilege or Fifth Amendment privilege?
Fifth Amendment privilege.
Are your emails in your CenturyTel account organized in any type of folder system?
I'll advise you not to answer based on Fifth Amendment privilege.
When you
And counsel, just so you know, when I advise him not to answer on this line of questioning, it'll be pursuant to a Fifth Amendment privilege to exercise his right not to answer. All right.
understood.
If it's for any other privilege, I'll make that clear.
Okay, thank you. What was your since November 1st of 2015, what was your practice after you opened and reviewed an email?
I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer pursuant to privilege.
Did you after you opened and reviewed email, did you make any type of determination whether the email should be printed and retained in hard copy?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
I've been asking you about emails that you received. With respect to emails that you sent, what was your practice with respect to whether those emails would be printed or retained in any way?
advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
All right. Where is your, do you have a closed off interior office in the sheriff's office generally?
Yes.
Okay. What files are kept in your individual office, and what files are kept in the, what I'll call the main office? I've never been there, so I don't know what it looks like.
Object to relevance and not reasonably calculated, but go ahead and answer.
Records that are in my office, just in a general sense, I've got some directives to staff. I've got interagency or intergovernmental agreements, contracts, notes to staff, schedules, past schedules. I have some files that are personnel issues that aren't to be accessed by other staff. The media releases that I talked about earlier, those are kept in a file. All my budget information, administration to the office, all the cases that might be of potential litigation through the sheriff's office. There's some records of homicides that are a permanent record that are in there. Photographs, there's a box of photographs of there's the blueprints and the plans of the facility and of the jail from the architect that are secured in there. There's a file in there that has the desktop calendars that I shared with Mr. Zates in one of the records requests. I have a manual for line of duty death. I have an Amber Alert protocol manual. I believe I have a copy of the policy and procedure manual. Stuff to do with our radios, warranties, manuals, owner's manuals from equipment, general pamphlets and handouts and stuff that we get from vendors that we buy things from, like our cameras, body cameras, handheld cameras, digital cameras, all of those things that have instruction manuals and owner manuals and warranty cards and stuff is put in a file in my office. It's basically everything to do with the administration of the sheriff's office. I have 2 files that contain thank you cards or letters from people that have written to me. 2 files like that are yay thick. All my budget stuff, all the budget books from since I first took office. My monthly budget sheets that show how much the 3 sections in the budget, and how much I've expended, and how much I've still got left, and the percentage of my budget that's been used. That's just the ones that come to to memory, and I've got a file cabinet in the closet and 2 desk drawers, and that's just kind of touching on what I can recall without.
Okay. And are those files organized by subject matter?
Alphabetical order.
Sorry for the interruption, council. I've got a call that I just have to take. It'll only take a minute. Can we just take
That's
a
fine.
quick break?
That's fine.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 11:26. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 11:29.
Sheriff Palmer, over the break, you had an opportunity to review some of the exhibits from today, correct?
I looked at one in particular.
Is there any additional testimony or clarification that you'd like to make after reviewing that document?
No.
Okay. Were any, before the break, you testified about files in your office. Were any one of those files dedicated to emails from your CentryTel email address?
No.
Did you retain and file in any of those files emails from your CentryTel email address?
Say that again, please.
In your previous testimony, you testified about a number of different files that you keep in your office,
Mhm.
correct? Do you recall if those files contain hard copies of emails from your CentryTel email address?
Not that I can recall.
Did you follow, since November 1st of 2015, any policy or practice with respect to printing emails from your CentryTel email address?
I'm going to advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Was there any file or folder, either in your office or in the sheriff's office generally, dedicated to retaining hard copies of emails from your CentryTel email address?
A specific file?
Correct.
No.
If a email existed in hard copy from your CentryTel email address, where would it be kept?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Who in your office generally was responsible for keeping files up to date and filing?
Not sure how to answer that because there's so many files.
Well, let me ask you
It could
generally.
be anybody that works in the sheriff's office.
Okay.
There's different sections.
Okay. What are Mr. Ford's responsibilities generally with respect to filing in the office?
Her duties and responsibilities as far as files are incoming and outgoing civil process, the returns of those documents that come in, keeping track of the legal notices in the newspapers that come out, that are published. She keeps track of billing and disbursements. Checking account, concealed handgun license program. She's responsible for generating the case file log and case files for cases that are either criminal or under investigation, or where one of us officers might write a report and put all of our information into those. There may be more, but
So, and I'll just describe it with kind of my experience. So, you know, my secretary has a box and it's just filing, and, you know, if I have something that needs to be filed, I just stick it in that box, and she ends up putting it in case file or whatever location it needs to be. Does Mr. Ford have something similar, or is that not how your office operates?
no. If I have something that needs filed, I typically do it myself.
Okay. Could you take a look back at Exhibit 5? That's the February 16 request. And was it your understanding, and focusing on request number 2 in this document, that Mr. Zeitz was requesting all emails from your CenturyTel account for a certain period of time, January 2nd, 2016 to the present?
I'm sorry. I
Let
missed
me
your
ask you
question.
a-
I thought you were going to keep talking. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. When you reviewed request number 2 on this document, what was your understanding of what Mr. Zeitz was asking for?
I think he was asking for my involvement with what was going on down at the Malheur Refuge.
How was it that you arrived at that understanding after reviewing this document, Exhibit 5?
The way it's worded.
What wording led you to that conclusion?
Where it says matters relating to the Harney County occupation.
Did you, when you received this, also notice that Mr. Zeitz had limited his request to emails that relate to public business, but he wanted emails, quote, including but not limited to your performance as sheriff, comma, matters relating to the Harney County occupation, comma, etc.
Objection asked and answered, but if you have further answer, go ahead.
I don't have another answer.
So, as I understand your testimony, well, I think I understand your testimony. Is number 10?
Yes.
Sheriff Palmer, you've been handed exhibit number 10. This is a email from Mr. Hostetter to myself. And you'll see in the third paragraph, beginning Mr. Palmer. Do you see the sentence beginning Mr. Palmer in the third paragraph of the first
Yes.
page? Mr. Palmer understood Mr. Zeitz's public record request for emails to be limited to public business relating in any way to the Harney County occupation or relating in any way to dealings with militia members or patriots. The request is poorly drafted. Sheriff Palmer responded to Mr. Zeitz on March 7 and previous occasions that, quote, I do not have any emails that fit under this request. Do you see that?
Yes. What steps did you take to determine on March 7th or on any previous occasion that you did not have any emails that fit under the February 16th request as you interpreted it?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you review emails that existed on your computer as of either March 7th or any previous occasion to determine whether they were responsive to Mr. Zeitz's request?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you seek to review documents that existed in hard copy in any files in your office or in the sheriff's office to determine whether emails existed that were responsive to Mr. Zeitz's request?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Sir, you've been handed two documents marked Exhibits 11 and 12. I'd like to begin with Exhibit 12, please. This is an email string between you and Mr. Carpenter, and the emails are to and from your CenturyTel email address. Do you see that?
I'm going to advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Who is Mr. Carpenter?
It's our district attorney.
And focusing on Exhibit 12, what are you and Mr. Carpenter discussing in this email exchange?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Would it be a fair characterization of this email exchange? Let me start that again. Would it be fair to say that the emails to and from yourself and Mr. Carpenter in Exhibit 12 relate to the Harney County occupation, militia members, or patriots?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege. And the document speaks for itself.
And the date of this email exchange, Exhibit 12, is February 12th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And that is approximately 4 days before Mr. Zeitz's public records request dated February 16th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
Why was this email exchange not produced in response to Mr. Zeitz's February 16th public records request?
I advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Does this email exchange, the exchange from February 12th in Exhibit 12, currently exist in any format to your knowledge?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
When you received and sent the emails that are reflected in Exhibit 12, did you understand and appreciate that they were public records?
I advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you, assuming that you recognize that the emails are or could be public records that are in Exhibit 12, did you have an understanding of how long they needed to be retained?
Advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
What happened to the emails that are reflected in Exhibit 12?
Advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
You'll turn to Exhibit 11, please.
I think I neglected to mark 11. Which one
This
was
is
that?
the email
Okay.
that top says problem.
Yeah.
That's 12,
Oh. Okay.
and that's 11.
I mismarked.
You see that Exhibit 12 is a separate email exchange between you and Mr. Carpenter dated February 12th, 2016. Do you see that?
Advise you not to answer based on privilege.
And do you see that in Mr. Carpenter's, it's actually the last email in the string, but it's at the top of the document, page 1. In the third paragraph, Mr. Carpenter is telling you, had they stayed in Harney, this wouldn't be my problem. Had they not invoked you, your office, and your authority, this wouldn't be my problem. But they have, and now it is my problem. And he goes on. So is it fair to say that this email relates to the Harney County occupation?
I advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you understand when you had this email exchange with Mr. Carpenter on February 12th that these emails are or could be considered public records?
And I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Do copies of these emails that are reflected in Exhibit 11 currently exist in any form, to your knowledge?
And I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege. There's a question. We're going to take a little break.
Okay.
And be right back.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 11:49. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 11:50.
Why was this email not produced in response to Mr. Zeitz's public records request that he made on February 16th?
And I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
You'll see that in the middle of the page there's a email that you wrote on February 12th, 2016 at 10:01 a.m. from your CenturyTel account. The email states, "The person who signed this is out of Florida, as is another person named Dowd. I have never spoken to them, Jim. Calls and messages as well as emails have gone unanswered and deleted." What did you mean when you told Mr. Carpenter that, quote, emails have gone unanswered and deleted?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you have specific emails in mind when you wrote that, quote, emails have gone unanswered and deleted?
And I advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Assuming for purposes of my question that this email was printed in hard copy on or around February 12th, is there a file within your office or the sheriff's office where the email would be retained?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Sir, you've been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 13. This is an email, well, the top email is from yourself to Mr. Carpenter, dated February 5th, 2016, 12:08 p.m. And the bottom email is from yourself to a number of different people, including state or federal officials. Do you see that?
Yes.
The document speaks for itself, but I'll advise you not to answer further based on Fifth Amendment privilege.
The email at the bottom of this document is entitled under the subject line, show of force from feds in Grant County, and then goes on to provide some information about some observations that you made. Was this email sent on or around the time that there was a significant issue related to the occupation in Harney County?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Is it fair to say that this email relates to the Harney County occupation, militia members, or self-described patriots?
I advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Yeah. Do you know one way or the other whether a copy of this email exchange in Exhibit 13 presently exists in any format, electronic or hard copy?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you understand that when you sent these emails to Superintendent Evans and to Mr. Carpenter that they were or could be considered public records?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Do you recall if you printed a copy of this email after you sent it?
I advise you not to answer based on privilege.
And counsel, will your advice be the same if I ask him a series of questions about whether he has possession, custody, and control of this email and whether it presently exists?
It will, and yes, it will. And I'm willing, counsel, to stipulate to make this faster. I know that I'm deferring to you to make your record, but with respect to any of the emails from this account, I expect to invoke the right to not answer.
Understood. I'll try to, not reserving my right to make a record, I'll try to make it somewhat more abbreviated by summarizing what my questions would be.
That'd be fine. And this, what we were looking at, is number 13, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, you've been handed what's been marked Exhibit 14. This is an email from you to Tom Tidwell. I believe that he's affiliated with the Forest Service and copied are a number of different people. The subject is coordination letter and attachment. The email is dated October 9th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, first of all, did you draft the cover email to these documents?
I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
There is, There's an attachment to Exhibit 14, a letter dated October 9th, 2015. Do you see that?
Say that again, please.
The second page of Exhibit 14 is a letter dated October 9th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you draft this letter dated October 9th, 2015?
And I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
What is the general subject matter of both the email and the October 9th letter?
And counsel, I intend to instruct to exercise sheriff's right not to answer based on privilege with respect to everything in exhibit number 14.
Okay,
And if you'd like to continue further, we can. I just want to let you know that.
Okay. Does, I'll try to make it quick, but I'm going to ask a few more follow-up questions. Does Exhibit 14 exist in any format, electronic or hard copy, to your knowledge?
And I'll advise you to exercise right not to answer based on privilege.
What did you do with this email and the attachments after you sent it?
I'd advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Is there a file within your office, and when I say your office, I'm referring to the sheriff's office generally, that is dedicated to coordination requests with the United States Forest Service?
And I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Sir, you've now been handed Exhibit 15. This is a letter dated June 29th, 2016, from your attorneys to Mr. Hinkle and myself. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first paragraph of this document, which was written by Mr. Boyd, indicates this is to acknowledge Mr. Zeitz's written public records request to Grant County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Palmer, dated May 2nd, 2016, which requested the following alleged public records. Do you see that?
Yes.
And counsel, is this one of the public records requests alleged in the complaint?
This is not. This is not.
Okay.
However, I have one or two other questions to tie it to the email that I just asked about. Do you see in paragraph 1, one of the requests that Mr. Zeitz made was for, quote, any request from the Grant County Sheriff's Office or Sheriff Glenn Palmer to the U.S. Forest Service requesting coordination on natural resource planning or any such related subject from January 1st, 2010 to the present, and any response?
Sorry, you haven't asked the question yet. I'll let you ask the question.
So, when you received the public records request dated May 2nd, 2016 from Mr. Zeitz that included request number 1, did you inform Mr. Zeitz that Exhibit 14 existed and would be produced to him?
I will advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Why was Exhibit 14, the October 9, 2015 email and attachments, not produced to Mr. Zeitz in response to his May 2nd public records request?
And I'll advise you not to answer based on privilege.
Did you attempt to search your SentryTel account by subject in response to any of Mr. Zeitz's public records requests?
And I will advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Go off the record for a second.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 12:06. This is the beginning of tape number 3 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. Today's date is September 20th, 2016. The time is approximately 1:07 p.m. We are now back on the record.
Sheriff Palmer, I just have some follow-up questions regarding your testimony from this morning. First, you referred to public record requests from Amanda Peacher with Oregon Public Broadcasting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
How did you respond to those requests?
The latter one, I used the form that was in one of these exhibits. I want to say, I know of at least one to her that I did not respond to her at all. I was so overwhelmed with what I had going on, I didn't even have time to process her public records request. It went unanswered.
With respect to the one that you did respond to, did you provide records in response to that request?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you provide a written acknowledgement of the request?
No. Let me back up. I don't think I did. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I did. But for me to say no, I think that's a little more definitive than. But to my knowledge, I don't think I did.
Okay. Regarding what I'll refer to as the more routine requests for records from insurance companies for motor vehicle photos and the like, how would those be processed?
Typically, they would come in the mail, and we would just photocopy whatever reports or photographs that they wanted. Some of them are precipitated with a phone call, so they kind of have an idea what we're expecting for pay. Somebody will just send an envelope with a check in it. Sometimes the check's even blank, and they say, fill out what you need, and we'll put the dollar amount and ship them the records in that's typically how they were done.
And were you able to how quickly were you able to turn around those requests?
And as I testified earlier, it depends on how busy, with what's going on. If we had a lot of car wrecks, sometimes we'd get a bunch of requests, or depending on what was happening. Usually those could be turned around rather quick. Similar to what I testified in regards to the Jim Coich. I can't remember who requested his stuff. Blue Mountain Eagle, perhaps in this article, in Exhibit 1. That went out relatively quick. I had that file in my closet in the office, and it went out relatively quick.
Would relatively quick be within a few days? Is that what you consider to be relatively quick?
You know, it could have been the same day. It just depends on what kind of calls I have going, because I'm the only one working day shift. I've also got to deal with the administrative side of stuff and deal with the public records requests, plus serve papers, plus take calls, go out and do search and rescue. I'm called out in the middle of the night. Sometimes I don't get much sleep. Sometimes I sleep in, don't come in till 10 or 11 in the morning. Sometimes I'm out till 2, 3 in the morning. It just depends on how busy we are and how fast we can get the requests and turn them around.
Did going back to your SentryTel email account, what steps did you take to review and compile emails responsive to Mr. Zeitz's February 16th request, Exhibit 5?
I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on Fifth Amendment privilege.
Did you contact SentryTel at any time after you received that public records request to determine whether it would be possible to recover any emails from your SentryTel email address that had been deleted?
And same advice to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Did you contact anyone else, for example, a third-party computer firm or other professional, to determine whether it would be possible to recover emails that had been deleted and that were responsive to Mr. Zeitz's February 16 request?
I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Oh, okay. With respect to the reports or other documents that were sent to insurance companies, did you review those documents before they were sent out?
I'm not sure what you mean by review there.
Well, when you received those requests, at any point in time were you at all concerned that the documents they were seeking may have information that needed to be redacted?
Object. What time frame? Is there a time frame you're asking about?
We'll say January 1 of this year forward.
You know, crash reports are pretty relatively simple, and I think if they wanted to ask the Department of Motor Vehicles for them, they'd get them as well. But typically, stuff that DMV didn't have, like photographs, we would end up handling that as well. So there's typically nothing on a crash report that we'd try and withhold or protect the victim or the identity of a juvenile or something along those lines that is exempt material.
Okay. So you don't recall at any time having to make a decision that information in those crash reports or other I'll say insurance company documents needed to be redacted in any way?
Object to relevance and not reasonably calculated to lead to admissible evidence, but answer if you can.
I don't recall any crash reports that would require us to redact anything. It's
This is Sheriff Palmer, you've been handed what has been marked as Exhibit 16. This is copies of an email exchange between yourself and Mr. Myers, dated February 22nd, 2016. Counsel, if I were to ask a series of questions about whether this email exists in any format, where it is kept, and whether Mr. Palmer has an understanding of whether this email is a public record, would those questions elicit a instruction not to answer on the basis of privilege?
Yes.
I have one question about the content of this document, which may or may not invoke an objection. It's at the bottom of page 1. It's the email from you to Mr. Myers, dated February 22nd, 2016. Dated time is 12:50 p.m. And in the fourth paragraph, you state, I want to caution the county on releasing anything that may be a due process issue for anyone relative to or related to this issue. What did you mean when you cautioned the county about releasing anything that may be a due process issue?
And I will register the same instruction to exercise the right not to answer based on privilege.
There, in your testimony earlier today, you described Mr. Ford's duties and responsibilities as including setting up case files, correct?
yes.
Okay. Describe the process that she undertakes to set up a case file.
She pulls a case file out of the computer. It's computer generated, a number. She assigns the data from a suspect or a victim or whoever may be a complainant. And then she generates an adhesive tab that goes on the file folder. And then she puts all that information on the case log. That's pretty much it. It assigns the officer and who the victim or suspect or who might be the complaining party.
With respect to the actual physical file, what folders or how is that organized?
Say that again, please.
Does the case file that Mr. Ford generates include an actual physical file for documents related to that case?
Yes, it's similar to what files you have there in that accordion file.
Okay.
It's the ones that cream colored or the tan colored ones. Looks just like those, and she affixes a sticky tab to it that has the officer's name and whatever the issue may be on it.
And is that manila folder intended to retain all of the documents related to that particular case?
Yes. Case report, any notes, photographs.
Would the case file also include any correspondence related to that case?
Possibly.
So you've been handed what's been marked Exhibit 17. This is an email. The original email is from Ms. Bennett at the court, but the top email is from you to Ms. Bennett, copying Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Laphart, and dated January 21st, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you'll see that there's information that's been blacked out. However, in the subject line of the email, there's a reference to criminal case. Do you see that?
To help me out, to speed this up, you might point it out as in the top
Sure.
or the bottom one?
It's right there.
Okay. Okay.
Is this the type of document that would be retained in the case file associated with a criminal case?
I'm gonna, in keeping with the previous instructions with respect to the privilege to emails, I will instruct you not to answer based on privilege.
If a hard copy of this document, Exhibit 17, existed, would it be Mr. Ford's responsibility to ensure that it was retained in the case file?
No,
Whose responsibility would it be?
would have been mine. If we have a case file.
Okay. All right. If you turn back to, and you may have to flip through that stack, to Exhibit 13, please. This is the email to Superintendent Evans with the state from February 5th. Great, thanks. Now, if you look at the bottom of this document, Exhibit 13, you provide Superintendent Evans with your home number, home telephone number, and also your work and personal cell numbers, correct?
I previously instructed Sheriff Palmer not to answer with respect to the subject matter of the email under privilege, and I'll renew that now.
Well, in your capacity as sheriff, do you understand that there may be times when people need to reach you and they have your personal cell phone number and use it for that purpose, correct?
Yes.
And therefore that, at least in part, there may be calls that are made on your personal cell phone or received on your personal cell phone that relate to your duties as sheriff, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you flip through that stack again for Exhibit 6, please. This is the document dated April 26th, 2016 with your handwritten notations from April 27th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the response to number 3, you have written on the side of the document, this is a personal cell, PH, period. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what did you mean when you indicated in response to this public records request that the 2420 was a personal cell phone number?
It was probably a note to Mr. Zates telling him that it's my personal phone. That's pretty much what the note was. I don't know how else to answer it. It's
When you wrote that note, were you intending to convey to Mr. Zeitz that you were not going to be producing billing statements or records related to the 2420 cell phone number?
there's a possibility I could have.
Do you have an understanding, or do you know sitting here today whether in fact that was your intent when you wrote that note on April 27th?
I think I answered your question previously.
But do you understand now, though, sitting here today, that although a cell phone may be a personal cell phone, there still may be writings related to that cell phone that are public records?
Correct.
And when did you arrive at that understanding? At some point between April 27th and today?
I don't recall the exact date.
Sir, you've been handed, it's been marked as Exhibit 18. Do you recognize the documents that are attached to Mr. Boyd's September 13 letter?
Yes.
And what are they?
It's my personal cell phone records.
For what period of time?
I think it's April 29th. I know somebody wrote up here on the top, March 2016.
Is that your handwriting at the top of the second page?
I don't believe it is.
Whose,
I don't recall.
these documents contain handwritten notations in the fourth or fifth column over that indicate P or W. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your writing?
Yes.
And what does P refer to, or what is P intended to convey?
P is personal.
And what?
W means work related.
And how was it that you determined that a call was personal as opposed to work related?
Just by the number, some of them are to my work. Like the very first one on there, the 1132 number is one of our office numbers. Some of them are my staff. Some of them I actually physically called them back and not knowing who the numbers belonged to and asked them if, you know, like there's one on there down on 310 at 10:24 a.m. that come from Sharon Livingston. She doesn't call me personal reasons, it's always work related. There's
Do you need the question again?
I'm sorry,
Do you need the question again?
I don't think so. Was there another?
No, I didn't know if you were done
No,
with
I'm-
your answer.
You know, that's, you know, some of these numbers I know them, some of them I had to research them on my cell phone, some of them, you know, like my kids' numbers, I don't have them memorized. My daughter, my two sons, and my wife, I didn't have them memorized. I typically just go to my contact list and push the button, and I don't have it memorized. So that's some of those. And there's a couple of them for my staff that had changed numbers, and I didn't realize who they were until I called them.
Okay. So as I understand it, you didn't make a determination that a call was work or personal based on time of day, correct?
Some of them I think I did.
When did you, how did the time of the call play into your determination that it was a work call or a personal call?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer the question, because I never did look back to a calendar. You know, to see if it was during, you know, a Friday, Saturday, or a Sunday, or, you know, typically I did look at some of the times of the day, and, you know, there's some of them that belonged to Zach Mobley. He'd call me after hours and we'd discuss some stuff with church, or, you know, sometimes we'd talk about guns or something like that, and I think I put him down as work related too, just because his number was associated with work.
Are there people that you received calls from or made calls to that you marked here as personal who are not immediate or extended family members?
Say that again, please.
Sure. Are there, you marked a number of calls here, P for personal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is it fair to say that making the determination whether a call was work-related or personal, a predominant factor was who was on the other end of the line?
I'd have to say yes.
And were there calls that you determined were personal that you either made to or received from people who were not members of your family?
Without looking at the unredacted list, I don't know how to answer you, because this took me several months to put together. I get personal calls all the time on both of my phones, on my work phone and myself and my private phone.
And are those personal calls from, for example, friends?
They could be, yeah.
Are those personal calls or calls that you consider to be personal from individuals other than family members?
They could be. And again, without looking at the unredacted list, I don't want to commit myself to a firm answer with you, but there's a possibility.
Who is Brooke Agresta?
I'm gonna object. Is this a question about identifying someone in the,
It is.
okay. Well, I object. The Sheriff Palmer needs to provide the public records, he doesn't have to interpret them. So I object to outside the scope of what's in the litigation.
Are you going to instruct him not to answer the question, or just register your objection?
Well, we'll let it go for a bit, but I don't see how
Well,
this is calculated.
The cell phone records were the subject of the first claim, and I'm going to ask a series of questions that relate to the redaction of those records and whether the redactions are not appropriate. So that's where I'm
Okay.
going.
All right. So you can answer the question.
Okay. I first met Brooke about 2 years ago here in John Day. I've known her for at least that long.
And
I think it's a couple of years. I don't recall, to be honest with you. It's at least a year ago, 2 years ago maybe.
and how was it that you met Miss Agresta?
They invited me to the grub stake for iced tea. It was during the summer months. About 2 years, it wasn't this last summer, it was the summer before, I believe.
And what was the reason for the meeting?
I'm sorry?
What was the reason for meeting at the grub stake?
For iced tea.
Why were they inviting you for iced tea?
I'm going to object. This is outside the scope, and I don't see how it's any relevance to what we're at issue here. But we'll let it go for a minute longer.
That means you can answer.
Say that again.
You can answer.
I think I already answered your question. We had iced tea. That was the first time I ever met them. They invited me for iced tea.
Why?
All right, well, let's take a break.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 1:38. This is the beginning of tape number 3 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. Today's date is September 20th, 2016. The time is approximately 1:07 p.m. We are now back on the record.
Sheriff Palmer, I just have some follow-up questions regarding your testimony from this morning. First, you referred to public record requests from Amanda Peacher with Oregon Public Broadcasting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
How did you respond to those requests?
The latter one, I used the form that was in one of these exhibits. I want to say, I know of at least one to her that I did not respond to her at all. I was so overwhelmed with what I had going on, I didn't even have time to process her public records request. It went unanswered.
With respect to the one that you did respond to, did you provide records in response to that request?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you provide a written acknowledgement of the request?
No. Let me back up. I don't think I did. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I did. But for me to say no, I think that's a little more definitive than. But to my knowledge, I don't think I did.
Okay. Regarding what I'll refer to as the more routine requests for records from insurance companies for motor vehicle photos and the like, how would those be processed?
Typically, they would come in the mail, and we would just photocopy whatever reports or photographs that they wanted. Some of them are precipitated with a phone call, so they kind of have an idea what we're expecting for pay. Somebody will just send an envelope with a check in it. Sometimes the check's even blank, and they say, fill out what you need, and we'll put the dollar amount and ship them the records in a, that's that's typically how they were done. There was,
And were you able to turn, how quickly were you able to turn around those requests?
and as I testified earlier, you know, it depends on how busy, you know, with what's going on. If we had a lot of car wrecks, sometimes we'd get a bunch of requests, or depending on what was happening. Usually those could be turned around rather quick. Similar to what I testified in regards to the Jim Coich. You know, I can't remember who requested his stuff. Blue Mountain Eagle, perhaps, in this article, in Exhibit 1. That went out relatively quick. I had that file in my closet in the office, and it went out relatively quick.
Would relatively quick be within a few days? Is that what you consider to be relatively quick?
You know, it could have been the same day. It just depends on what kind of calls I have going, because I'm the only one working day shift. I've also got to deal with the administrative side of stuff and deal with the public records requests, plus serve papers, plus take calls, go out and do search and rescue. I'm called out in the middle of the night. Sometimes I don't get much sleep. Sometimes I sleep in, don't come in till 10 or 11 in the morning. Sometimes I'm out till 2, 3 in the morning. It just depends on how busy we are and how fast we can get the requests and turn them around.
Did going back to your CentryTel email account, what steps did you take to review and compile emails responsive to Mr. Zeitz's February 16th request, Exhibit 5?
I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on Fifth Amendment privilege.
Did you contact CentryTel at any time after you received that public records request to determine whether it would be possible to recover any emails from your CentryTel email address that had been deleted?
And same advice to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Did you contact anyone else, for example, a third-party computer firm or other professional, to determine whether it would be possible to recover emails that had been deleted and that were responsive to Mr. Zeitz's February 16 request?
I'll advise you to exercise your right not to answer based on privilege.
Oh, okay. With respect to the reports or other documents that were sent to insurance companies, did you review those documents before they were sent out?
I'm not sure what you mean by review that.
Well, when you received those requests, at any point in time were you at all concerned that the documents they were seeking may have information that needed to be redacted?
Object. What time frame? Is there a time frame you're asking about?
We'll say January 1 of this year forward.
You know, Crash reports are pretty relatively simple, and I think if they wanted to ask the Department of Motor Vehicles for them, they'd get them as well. But typically, stuff that DMV didn't have, like photographs, we would end up handling that as well. So there's typically nothing on a crash report that we'd try and withhold or protect the victim or the identity of a juvenile or something along those lines that is exempt material.
Okay. So you don't recall at any time having to make a decision that information in those crash reports or other, I'll say, insurance company documents needed to be redacted in any way?
Object to relevance and not reasonably calculated to lead to admissible evidence, but answer if you can.
I don't recall any crash reports that would require us to redact anything. It's
This is Sheriff Palmer, you've been handed what has been marked as Exhibit 16. This is copies of an email exchange between yourself and Mr. Myers, dated February 22nd, 2016. Counsel, if I were to ask a series of questions about whether this email exists in any format, where it is kept, and whether Mr. Palmer has an understanding of whether this email is a public record, would those questions elicit a instruction not to answer on the basis of privilege?
Yes.
I have one question about the content of this document, which may or may not invoke an objection. It's at the bottom of page 1. It's the email from you to Mr. Myers, dated February 22nd, 2016. Dated time is 12:50 p.m. And in the fourth paragraph, you state, I want to caution the county on releasing anything that may be a due process issue for anyone relative to or related to this issue. What did you mean when you cautioned the county about releasing anything that may be a due process issue?
And I will register the same instruction to exercise the right not to answer based on privilege.
There, in your testimony earlier today, you described Ms. DeFord's duties and responsibilities as including setting up case files, correct?
yes.
Okay. Describe the process that she undertakes to set up a case file.
She pulls a case file out of the computer. It's computer generated, a number. She assigns the data from a suspect or a victim or whoever may be a complainant. And then she generates an adhesive tab that goes on the file folder. And then she puts all that information on the case log. That's pretty much it. It assigns the officer and who the victim or suspect or who might be the complaining party.
With respect to the actual physical file, what folders or how is that organized?
Say that again, please.
Does the case file that Ms. DeFord generates include an actual physical file for documents related to that case?
Yes, it's similar to what files you have there in that accordion file.
Okay.
It's the ones that cream colored or the tan colored ones. Looks just like those, and she affixes a sticky tab to it that has the officer's name and whatever the issue may be on it.
And is that manila folder intended to retain all of the documents related to that particular case?
Yes. Case report, any notes, photographs.
Would the case file also include any correspondence related to that case?
Possibly.
So you've been handed what's been marked Exhibit 17. This is an email. The original email is from Ms. Bennett at the court, but the top email is from you to Ms. Bennett, copying Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Laphart, and dated January 21st, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you'll see that there's information that's been blacked out. However, in the subject line of the email, there's a reference to criminal case. Do you see that?
To help me out, to speed this up, you might point it out as in the top one
Sure.
or the bottom one? Or-
It's right there.
Okay. Okay.
Is this the type of document that would be retained in the case file associated with a criminal case?
I'm gonna, in keeping with the previous instructions with respect to the privilege to emails, I will instruct you not to answer based on privilege.
If a hard copy of this document, Exhibit 17, existed, would it be Mr. Ford's responsibility to ensure that it was retained in the case file?
No.
Whose responsibility would it be?
Would have been mine. If we have a case file.
Okay. If you turn back to, and you may have to flip through that stack, to Exhibit 13, please. This is the email to Superintendent Evans with the state from February 5th. Great, thanks. Now, if you look at the bottom of this document, Exhibit 13, you provide Superintendent Evans with your home number, home telephone number, and also your work and personal cell numbers, correct?
I previously instructed Sheriff Palmer not to answer with respect to the subject matter of the email under privilege, and I'll renew that now.
Well, in your capacity as sheriff, do you understand that there may be times when people need to reach you and they have your personal cell phone number and use it for that purpose, correct?
Yes.
And therefore that, at least in part, there may be calls that are made on your personal cell phone or received on your personal cell phone that relate to your duties as sheriff, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you flip through that stack again for Exhibit 6, please. This is the document dated April 26th, 2016, with your handwritten notations from April 27th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the response to number 3, you have written on the side of the document, this is a personal cell PH, period. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what did you mean when you indicated in response to this public records request that the 2420 was a personal cell phone number?
It was probably a note to Mr. Zates telling him that it's my personal phone. That's pretty much what the note was. I don't know how else to answer it. It's
When you wrote that note, were you intending to convey to Mr. Zeitz that you were not going to be producing billing statements or records related to the 2420 cell phone number?
there's a possibility I could have.
Do you have an understanding, or do you know sitting here today whether in fact that was your intent when you wrote that note on April 27th?
I think I answered your question previously.
But do you understand now, though, sitting here today, that although a cell phone may be a personal cell phone, there still may be writings related to that cell phone that are public records?
Correct.
And when did you arrive at that understanding? At some point between April 27th and today?
I don't recall the exact date.
Sir, you've been handed, it's been marked as Exhibit 18. Do you recognize the documents that are attached to Mr. Boyd's September 13 letter?
Yes.
And what are they?
It's my personal cell phone records.
For what period of time?
I think it's April 29th. I know somebody wrote up here on the top, March 2016.
Is that your handwriting at the top of the second page?
I don't believe it is.
Whose,
I don't recall.
these documents contain handwritten notations in the fourth or fifth column over. indicate P or W. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your writing?
Yes.
And what does P refer to, or what is P intended to convey?
P is personal.
And
W-
what?
W means work related.
And how was it that you determined that a call was personal as opposed to work related?
Just by the number, some of them are to my work. Like the very first one on there, the 1132 number is one of our office numbers. Some of them are my staff. Some of them I actually physically called them back and not knowing who the numbers belonged to and asked them if, like there's one on there down on 310 at 10:24 a.m. that come from Sharon Livingston. She doesn't call me personal reasons, it's always work related. There's
Do you need the question again?
I'm sorry,
Do you need the question again?
I don't think so. Was there another?
No, I didn't know if you were done
No,
with
I'm-
your answer.
That's, some of these numbers I know them, some of them I had to research them on my cell phone, some of them, like my kids' numbers, I don't have them memorized. My daughter, my two sons, and my wife, I didn't have them memorized. I typically just go to my contact list and push the button, and I don't have it memorized, so that's some of those. And there's a couple of them for my staff that had changed numbers, and I didn't realize who they were until I called them.
Okay. So as I understand it, you didn't make a determination that a call was work or personal based on time of day, correct?
Some of them I think I did.
When did you, how did the time of the call play into your determination that it was a work call or a personal call?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer the question, because I never did look back to a calendar. To see if it was during, a Friday, Saturday, or a Sunday, or, typically I did look at some of the times of the day, and, there's some of them that belonged to Zach Mobley. He'd call me after hours and we'd discuss some stuff with church, or, sometimes we'd talk about guns or something like that, and I think I put him down as work related too, just because his number was associated with work.
Are there people that you received calls from or made calls to that you marked here as personal who are not immediate or extended family members?
Say that again, please.
Sure. Are there, you marked a number of calls here, P for personal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is it fair to say that in making the determination whether a call was work-related or personal, a predominant factor was who was on the other end of the line?
I'd have to say yes.
And were there calls that you determined were personal that you either made to or received from people who were not members of your family?
Without looking at the unredacted list, I don't know how to answer you, because this took me several months to put together. I get personal calls all the time on both of my phones, on my work phone and myself and my private phone.
And are those personal calls from, for example, friends?
They could be, yeah.
Are those personal calls or calls that you consider to be personal from individuals other than family members?
They could be. And again, without looking at the unredacted list, I don't want to commit myself to a firm answer with you, but there's a possibility.
Who is Brooke Agresta?
I'm gonna object. Is this a question about identifying someone in the?
It is.
Okay. Well, I object. The Sheriff Palmer needs to provide the public records. He doesn't have to interpret them. So I object to it outside the scope of what's in the litigation.
Are you going to instruct him not to answer the question, or just register your objection?
Well, we'll let it go for a bit, but I don't see how this is calculated.
The cell phone records were the subject of the first claim, and I'm going to ask a series of questions that relate to the redaction of those records and whether the redactions are not appropriate. So that's where I'm
Okay.
going.
All right. So you can answer the question.
Okay. I first met Brooke about 2 years ago here in John Day. I've known her for at least that long.
And
I think it's a couple of years. I don't recall, to be honest with you. It's at least a year ago, 2 years ago maybe.
and how was it that you met Miss Agresta?
They invited me to the grub stake for iced tea. It was during the summer months. About 2 years. It wasn't this last summer, it was the summer before, I believe.
And what was the reason for the meeting?
I'm sorry?
What was the reason for meeting at the grub stake?
For iced tea.
Why were they inviting you for iced tea?
I'm going to object. This is outside the scope, and I don't see how it's any relevance to what we're at issue here. But we'll let it go for a minute longer.
That means you can answer.
Say that again.
You can answer.
I think I already answered your question. We had iced tea. That was the first time I ever met them. They invited me for iced tea.
Why?
All right, well, let's take a break.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 1:38. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 1:44.
Sir, when you identified a call with a P, were you intending to convey that the call was not made to or received by you in your capacity as sheriff for Grant County?
Correct.
And when you identified a call as P, were you intending to assert that the call did not contain information relating to the conduct of the public's business?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I mean, how do you take 5 months of phone calls and trying to remember what the conversation was?
Well, that's a good point. Did you have, when you made these notations, a specific recollection of the subject matter of the calls that were made or received?
Not on all of them. Typically it was by person. To who it was and
I'm sorry, were you done with your answer?
yeah.
And were there any either specific calls or days of calls reflected in these records where you could identify that the conversation was personal as opposed to work-related?
Say that again, please.
Sure. Were there any calls identified in these records where you could determine or recollect that the conversation was personal as opposed to work-related? In other words, not just by the identity of the caller, but you actually remembered the conversation.
I'm not sure how to answer it, because some of them I do and some of them I don't. I mean, I'm making a judgment call as to what was work-related and what was personal.
And I guess the intent of my question is, in making that judgment call, can you identify any specific calls where your judgment was informed by a memory of what you spoke to the person about?
Objection asked and answered, but if you have a further answer, go ahead.
I don't recall.
There's, did Ms. Agresta have your personal cell phone number?
I believe so.
And do you recall at any point in time
Sure.
either,
I don't know. Without looking at my work phone records and to compare them, I don't know. Can't remember if she called me on the 1493 or the 2420. Without researching it, I don't want to give you a wrong answer.
do you recall sitting here today the number that Ms. Agresta would have used to call you?
No,
Do you recall the area code?
no, I don't. In fact, when I was trying to satisfy this, I actually had to call the number back to find out who it was.
Did you know that she lived in Idaho?
Yes.
There's a notation. It's going to be, because the pages aren't numbered, it's going to be hard to find perhaps. It's toward the back of this exhibit, which is exhibit 18, from phone records from January of 2016. It's about 3/4 of the way back.
If you could go up to
And
the top page in this colored bar.
It looks like you have a notation here, January. Are you there? Yes.
Okay.
All right. And the next page of these records, do you see at the top of the page, it begins January 5th, and there's a number, and then you note W and Zach, which I believe is for Mr. Mobley, correct? If you go approximately 2/3 of the way down the page, there's a couple of notations from January 11th. The first one at 7:01 p.m. and the next one at 7:13 p.m.
Say the times again, please.
7:01 p.m. and 7:13 p.m.
Okay.
There's not a notation next to these. Do you recall who you spoke with on January 11th?
No, I don't.
There's a name that partially appears, partially does not.
Mhm.
Does that name appear to be the last name of Agresta?
Without having the other original document here, I don't want to guess.
Do you know one way or the other whether your conversation with whoever you were speaking with on January 11th was work-related or personal?
You know, I think I'd have to rely on dispatch log to say whether I was on duty or off duty. But typically that time of night I'm in off-duty status.
But you testified that, did you not, that there were times where you may have been off duty, but you made or received work-related calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the time of day is not necessarily definitive as to whether a call is or is not work-related, correct?
Say that again, please.
You can't tell from the time of day alone whether a call is work-related or personal, correct?
You know, I can make an assumption,
Well, don't assume.
and I,
If you know
and
the
I
answer,
don't
you
want to
gotta answer.
assume. That's the thing. I don't know.
Okay. Right.
But to my recollection,
Well, the question put to you is, would you ask the question again?
Sure. Sitting here today, the time of day of a call on your personal cell phone alone is not definitive as to whether the subject of that call is work-related or personal, correct?
correct.
Just one side question on the next page of this document begins at the top, January 13th. There's a work-related call of 7 minutes, and I just can't read the notation. What does that refer to?
The very top one?
Yes,
Are you talking about the W?
it starts with H,
Harry Stengel.
Harry Stengel. And who is Harry Stengel?
He's a rancher that lives down, used to live down toward Dayville. I think he lives in Idaho now.
And I'm going to object still. These are questions about the public record and interpreting them that public record laws don't require. But
Now on the next page over, there's a series of calls on January 26th, beginning at 5:04 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And January 26th was the date that Mr. Finicum was shot by law enforcement officers, correct?
I believe so.
Is it fair to say that that was a fairly significant event in this area at the time?
It didn't happen in this area.
And when I say area, I don't mean county, I mean this area of Oregon, a broader area.
Yes.
Okay. And did that event prompt any type of action from you in your capacity as sheriff of Grant County?
Can you rephrase your question? Could you be more specific as to what it might have
Sure. On the date that Mr. Finicum was shot, were you on duty or off duty?
Both.
If you were off duty at the time that Mr. Finicum was shot, would an event like that cause you to need to become on duty again?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason for that is a shooting like that may require you to respond in your official capacity as sheriff, correct?
It could, yes. Would your response to that shooting, whether it be, would your response to that shooting, in your judgment, relate in any way to your duties and responsibilities as sheriff of Reed County? Say that again, please.
Sure. Would your response to the shooting of Mr. Finicum relate in any way to your duties and responsibilities as a sheriff of Grant County?
Well, objection. What response? That's the objection. It's unclear. But answer if you can,
Yeah.
if you're able to answer.
You know, looking at hindsight, it didn't happen in our county. It happened in Harney County.
Is that your answer?
There was no action that was required of me until I learned where the shooting was at. I couldn't even tell you what time the shooting took place, but I got notified at about, I want to say about 10 minutes to 6.
Is it? Would that be the, in your understanding, the call that's reflected here on January 26th at 5:45 p.m. from dispatch?
I couldn't tell you whether that came in on my work phone or my personal cell. It may have come in on one or the other. I don't recall which phone I used, but I typically carry this as my personal cell, and my other work cell is in my vehicle.
But these are your personal cell records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that all of these calls were made to or received on your personal cell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at least you received one call on January 26th at 5:45 p.m. from dispatch on your personal cell that was work-related, correct?
That's what I have documented, yes. And I don't remember the context of the call.
Now, you received a total of 12 phone calls between 5:04 p.m. on January 26th and 10:03 p.m. on January 26th. Do you see that?
Say the times again.
Sure.
On the 26th, 10:03? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Were any of these phone calls, these 12 phone calls, related to the shooting of Mr. Finicum?
Without looking at the unredacted copy that we have, I don't know what to tell you. I don't believe they are because they're marked with a P.
What is the basis for your belief that they're not related to the shooting of Mr. Finicum?
Because they're marked with a P.
Do you have a specific recollection, other than them being marked with a P, of the subject matter of any one of these particular phone calls?
Not without looking back at the unredacted copies.
How would the unredacted copies refresh your recollection as to the subject matter of the phone calls on January 26th?
It should show who the caller was.
And
Could have been my wife, could have been my kids, could have been my brother, could have been...
Do you recall sitting here today whether any one of the phone calls marked with a P on January 26th were to or from persons associated with the occupation at Harney County? In Harney County, rather.
To the best of my knowledge, no, they're not. Point these two out now. I just want you to look at those two numbers
Let's
there.
take a break.
Do you want to
Yep.
take a break?
Go ahead.
Yep.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 2:02 PM.
Do that. I should have.
We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 2:16.
Sheriff Palmer, you indicated that, to the best of your recollection, you were notified of Mr. Finicum's shooting about 10 to 6 on the day of the event, correct?
Yes,
And was that notification made to you in your capacity as sheriff for Grant County?
you know what, it's kind of a gray area. I don't know whether to say yes or no. I don't know whether it came in on my work cell or on my personal cell, so looking at these records for my 2420 number, I don't see anything right at 10 minutes till on the 26th. There's one at 5:45 and one at 1 minute to 6. And I know that it was closer to 6:50, or actually 5:50 p.m. when I looked at my clock on my phone.
See if I can maybe help out there. But let me ask it this way: when in your mind did you first receive notice of Mr. Finicum's shooting in your capacity as sheriff?
I want to say it was closer to, I don't know if it was this 5:45 call. I don't remember what the conversation was about.
Well, you're not answering. The question was actually, when did you first receive the call in your capacity as sheriff?
That's the thing that I don't recall.
Okay. From whom did you receive the call?
In my official capacity,
Correct.
I got a phone call from the chief of police from John Day.
Is that phone call reflected anywhere on Exhibit 18?
You see, that's where I don't know if this 5:45 call could have been him, or whether there was another call on my work cell
Let me.
I don't have it in front of me. It could have been the 5:45 where he called me, but I'm not positive.
Well, let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 19.
I'm starting to get confused, and it's going to start turning to where it's not accurate, because I'm starting to second guess myself and doubt myself about what I can recall and what is from memory, so I don't know when to just stop
Okay.
and just say, we provided you the records, we gave you what you asked for, you have it. Is it up to me to decipher this? And I don't know.
Well, it sounds like we're
Because
moving
I'm starting to get confused in this, and it's not gonna be fair to either side of us for me to make something that's inaccurate or not right,
Okay.
that we can't undo.
That's.
I don't wanna, I'm so confused with this right now that,
Okay, well, that's a fair point. I don't want to put you in a position where you feel like you're giving testimony that's inaccurate or confusing. So let me step back. Was it your position when you made the notations that appear on Exhibit 18 and determined that a call was work or personal, was it your position that every call that was made to or received from Ms. Agresta was a personal call?
yes,
And was it also your position that any phone call made to or received by any person associated with the occupation in Harney County was also a personal call?
you know what, I'm gonna back up. I'm so confused right now, I don't know what to say. I've got two different phones in my pockets that I try to answer. And without having some time to sit down and look at these and go back through the records that are our copy of these that are not redacted. I think I marked these with, to the best of my knowledge, they're all accurate and fair.
Okay.
But
Well, let's just so we don't get confused, let's stick with your personal cell phone records and not deal with Exhibit 19 just yet. When it comes to your personal cell, the 2420 number, you did receive some calls, and again, this is just to try to clarify things. If I'm repeating, I'm sorry. You did receive some calls on that cell phone that were work-related and some that were personal, correct?
yes,
Okay. And when did you go back and make the notations personal or work that are reflected on Exhibit 18?
I think I pulled some of these phone records like 2 to 3 months ago and started working on them. And I worked on them when I had time, when I could pick them up, and as time permitted.
Okay.
So it's been an ongoing work in progress for the last several months. It wasn't something that I just picked up and started going down through it.
And over the period of months that you made those notations and worked on that project, describe the process that you used to determine whether a call was personal or work-related.
Well, objection to the extent it's been asked and answered. But if you have a further answer, go ahead.
I don't have a different answer than what I've already said. To the best of my knowledge, I did not receive any phone calls on January 26th from any of the occupiers in Harney County.
To the best of your knowledge, did you make any phone calls to those individuals on January 26th?
No, sir, I did not.
If you would have made or received those phone calls, would you have marked them with a P on Exhibit 18?
I'm gonna say no, because I don't have any phone numbers of any of the occupiers. Like I've shared with other people, I've received one phone call from Ammon Bundy in a voicemail, one text from him, and I responded to him, I'm not coming down to Burns. That is the only time that I've ever had any communications over the telephone. There was a voicemail, a text, and my response to them. And I don't even recall when that, it was back when I had my flip phone. And I can't remember exactly when I switched to a smartphone. So you're talking about two different cell phones with the same provider, but
Would that, do you recall whether that call was made to or received on your personal cell phone?
it was the only phone that I had at the time. I never got my work phone until sometime after. I don't remember exactly, but
Okay.
you know, without looking at this and saying, here's the beginning of my cell phone records, I don't have that with me.
Oh, and just take a quick break.
No, we're okay. Let's stay on the record.
All right.
I'll talk to you about it after.
There's,
1 second.
yeah.
That didn't come from me.
If, you had made or received a phone call from an individual from any individual, and it was related to the occupation in Hardin County, how would you have classified that on Exhibit 18?
I don't know how I can speculate because I never got any phone calls from anybody that was an occupier or classified as an occupier.
My question, though, was a little bit different. I wasn't asking from whom the call was made. I was asking about the subject of the call. So, if the subject of the call from any person was the occupation in Hardin County, whether it be from Ms. Agresta or anyone else, would that phone call be marked with a P on Exhibit 18?
It could be marked with a P, but again, without looking at the unredacted copy with the phone number and perhaps a name off to the right. I don't recall who those phone calls were made. I can't tell you whether I made them or whether I received them without having a name or something a little bit more.
I just want to make sure you're done before I ask another question.
He's just
Or do you
making
want-
sure. He's just making sure you're
Because
done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wasn't
go ahead.
sure it was an
Yeah.
incomplete sentence, so.
No, I understand. It's just we're just kind of looking through as we go, but
Well, if you want to take a break and.
No, we're
then
okay.
you're done.
I think we're all right to keep going.
You take a look at Exhibit 19. Those are the work cell phone records. Do you want to take a break or?
No, I'm fine.
I think the way
Oh,
that
sorry,
said-
I stole your copy. I see why you asked the question.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if you. So these are records related to the 1493 number, which is your work cell phone, correct? And these records are unredacted, correct?
I did not release these records.
Well,
If you, let me just register an objection, that is, I'll object to the extent the witness doesn't know what these are, but if you're able to identify these, then go ahead.
As far as I know, they are the 1493 number.
okay. And
Before you ask that question, can we take a short break?
yeah, thanks.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 2:31. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 2:39.
Sheriff Palmer, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. This is a letter dated July 8th, 2016, from the Hostetter firm to myself. And it's indicates in the Ray line that it's related to public records requests dated April 26th and April 27th. Do you see that?
Yes.
You see on the second page, under number 4, the letter indicates that the billing statement covering telephone calls received or sent from the 1493 number for certain periods are being provided by your attorneys.
Okay.
Okay, and does that refresh your recollection that your attorneys did compile and provide records related to the 1493 number?
Yes, as far as I know, they've done.
If you could turn back to Exhibit 19, please. Feel free to review the document as much as you'd like, but there are a number of telephone calls that appear on this billing statement, these billing statements, to or from a phone number 541-934-2046 out of Monument, Oregon. Do you see that, for example, on January 11th, January 13th,
Mm-hmm.
the
There's a
29th,
number of them.
and on and on. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll represent to you, and feel free to review the document as much as you'd like, that that's the only number that's associated with calls to or from Monument, Oregon, the 934 number, 934-2046. Who is that number associated with?
Objection, counsel, how is this calculated to
There,
be discoverable in this case?
it's my view, at least my client's view, that the redactions on Exhibit 18 are over-inclusive. And there are a number of different calls that appear to and from Mr. Sheriff Palmer's work phone from a number in Monument, Oregon, that appear to be redacted on Exhibit 18. So the purpose of my questions is to establish whether phone calls are or are not made to that number, and are or are not public records, and if so, why they have not been produced.
All right.
So that's the relevance.
Okay,
So
you may need to re-ask the question.
who is the number 934-2046 from Monument? Who's that associated with?
That's Roy Peterson.
Who is Mr. Peterson?
You can answer.
Roy Peterson,
How do you?
that's his name.
Okay. And
Is that what you're asking? Who is he?
how do you know Mr. Peterson?
He used to live about 2 doors down from me back in the 1990s when he lived here in John Day. I've known his family since I was a young boy. He was on the fire department here in John Day when I was a fire chief. He was a fireman under me. Most recently, I actually investigated a case against him in 2010, I believe. I'm kind of guessing here. The city of Monument, the Monument Rural Fire District. I want to say February, March. We had a search and rescue up around Monument, and it was probably within about 15 miles of his house. And I deputized him to help me find 3 people that were stuck in the mud and the snow, and they'd been out overnight.
Okay, that's more than sufficient. If you look back on Exhibit 18, this is your personal cell phone record,
Okay.
the 2420 number. There are a number of redactions associated with telephone calls made or received to Monument, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And those are indicated, all of those are indicated with a P. Was it your position that every phone call to or from Mr. Peterson during this period of time was unrelated to your duties, responsibilities, or position as sheriff of Grant County?
Yes.
And was it your position, and is it your position, that all of those phone calls to or from Mr. Peterson during this period of time, reflected as Exhibit 18, were unrelated to his duties and responsibilities as an appointed special deputy of yours?
It was not. It was not as an appointed deputy. They were personal calls. You know what, let me back up. I want to correct something on a statement. Other involvement that I've had with Roy is he is responsible for putting the radio system in Grant County. I also use him as a radio tech. He's helping me put a radio in our search and rescue vehicle that we purchased a couple months ago. Sometimes some of my phone calls with him are radio related and technical in nature as to our radio system, and oftentimes Roy Peterson would call me, such as the fatal car crash over at Monument killed Seth Blakesley. I never got a call for an hour and a half, and if it wouldn't have been for Roy Peterson, I still to this day don't think I would have got a phone call. Dispatch did not call me. Paged out 2 ambulances, but never called the sheriff. If it wouldn't have been for Roy Peterson calling me and saying, hey, do you know there's a car wreck over here and a possible fatality? I would have never got called. And then I get blamed for being an hour late.
But that's an example of a call that you received from Mr. Peterson that was related to your position as sheriff of Grant County, correct?
He may have called me on my home phone. I don't know if it would be reflected on one of these two records, whether it's my personal or, but that call came in like at 3:30 or 4 in the morning, and I'm guessing it was well after midnight
Okay.
when he called me. And you know, he calls me and tells me when there's radio outages. He calls me and, you know, so some of these could be work related, some of them could be
And you're referring to Exhibit 19.
both of them. If there's calls in here that have been redacted because of the monument, there could be some that are personal and there's some that are work related. But as far as Exhibit 19 with no redactions, I think this came from the clerk's office. It went directly to my secretary and I said, send it. There's no redactions in here. There's a lot of personal calls in here that, you know, I see my home number in here. I see calls to my brother. I see that are redacted in 18 that aren't redacted in here.
Okay.
So this stuff it went straight from the clerk's office to our office. It got date stamped and then it got shipped out. I didn't get a chance to look at this and review it to do any redacting on it, so.
So is it fair to say that both Exhibit 18, your personal cell, the 2420 number, and Exhibit 19, the
My work number,
work number,
1493.
the 1493,
Yes, sir.
both of those reflect calls that could be work-related, but also could be personal.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Just glancing at some of the numbers and not knowing what the context of the calls were, I can tell you right now there's both personal and work-related phone numbers on 19, Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And the other thing is that I would like to clarify is there's some of these that are incoming on my work-related, and I don't know that they're marked that way on 18. I didn't notice that they are. Yeah, they're the same, so I know I had a thought through my mind about the incoming or outgoing calls that I can't really control who calls me on my work or my personal cell phone, so. You know, and to be honest with you, some of these people are people that I confide in and call and ask them for their advice or opinion and how I should handle a certain situation, being in the position I am. A lot of times I don't rely on myself to make decisions on some of this stuff, so, in my job. So whether it's Mr. Peterson or anybody else that's on here, that's, you know, there are people that I call and ask their opinion before I go jump onto something. And
When you say that there are people you ask your opinion, you're asking their opinion about judgments that you need to make in your capacity as sheriff?
yes,
And would you consider the record of those communications to be a public record as you understand it?
some of them, yes. You know, back before I had my work phone, I only had my personal cell phone. And it was the same way with my personal cell phone records. I was receiving work-related calls and private calls because it's the only way that I had to communicate. But now that I have both of them, I still get work-related calls and personal calls on both of them. You know, I can't differentiate and stop people from calling me and saying, "Hey Glenn, what are you doing this weekend? You want to go fishing?" Or, you know, personal, clearly personal. And I can't stop people from calling me on my personal cell phone and, "Hey Glenn, somebody just broke into my house," or, you know, somebody's punctured the tires on my car. I can't, you know, they call me, you know, I can't differentiate my calls for service from, you know, to keep those separate.
Right, because there may be somebody that calls you one day, such as Mr. Peterson, to ask you to go fishing, for example, and maybe the next day he's calling you about you know, a technical issue with the radios. One would be personal, one would be work-related, correct?
Yeah, but we never did talk about going fishing. He doesn't fish.
Well, fill in the blank. Talk about
Okay.
doing something else recreational that you may have done, okay?
You know, I call Roy Peterson a friend, and I confide in him in quite a bit of stuff that's going on. So,
And at least some of that stuff would be decisions and judgments and things that you need to do in your capacity as sheriff.
some of them could be, yes.
Recall that at least some of Mr. Zeitz's public records requests related to records related to concealed handgun licenses, concealed firearm licenses.
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 21. This is a letter dated March 28th, 2016. It's dated to Mr. Carpenter, but there's a received stamp in the upper right corner, Grant County Sheriff, dated March 29th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes,
And is that a stamp that your office affixes when documents are received by your office?
yes.
And does that appear to be your handwriting on the left-hand side of the document next to the individual requests?
Yes,
And is that your handwriting on the third page of the document, a note addressed to Mr. Zeitz and signed by you?
yes.
Double sided. Now I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 22. This is a document entitled Order to Make Available for Inspection, addressed to the Grant County Sheriff's Office and Civil Deputy Sally DeFore. Do you see that?
Yes,
And feel free to review both documents, but do you see that the requests that appear on Exhibit 21 are reprinted on Exhibit 22? So, for example, request number 1 on Exhibit 21 is the full record of the creation of the Natural Resources Committee, that is, among other tasks, working with a Grant County Public Lands Natural Resources Plan. And then Exhibit 22, number 1, repeats that same language.
okay.
What was your understanding of your obligations as an elected official receiving the order to make available for inspection from Mr. Carpenter?
You know what, I don't know what, it's the first time I've ever seen one of these, when Jim Carpenter gave me this. There was also some conversation with Jim Carpenter in regards to whether he actually had the authority to do this or not. Whether it should have went to a judge or whether he could do this, I can remember that. Compel me to make them available, I guess.
What?
Never mind.
So I'll ask you about conversations in a minute, but did you have an understanding of what your obligations were after receiving the order that is Exhibit 22?
No.
What did you do in order to comply with Mr. Carpenter's order to make available for inspection the records listed in Exhibit 22?
You know what, I don't recall. I want to say at some point I made a trip over to the district attorney's office and sought advice from him because the county's attorney chose not to represent me in any of this, so.
When you spoke with Mr. Carpenter, was it your understanding that Mr. Carpenter was representing you as your attorney in that conversation?
In the very beginning of all of this, when Ron Yoakum stepped back and the county would not represent me in this, Jim Carpenter gave me quite a bit of advice at the counter in my office.
At any point in those conversations with Mr. Carpenter, did he convey to you that he was not ethically permitted to represent you with respect to your response to his orders to make available for inspection certain records?
Not to my knowledge.
What did Mr. Carpenter tell you in those conversations, and what did you tell him?
You know, with all the public records requests and all the conversations that we've had on all of these, I don't remember the exact detail. I know it was in front of myself and Sally DeFord that he stood at the counter and it was pretty much, if it were me, this is what I would do.
And what was the this that he was saying he would do if he were you?
If he was in my shoes, this is what I would do. And he would give me advice as far as how I would handle these.
What advice did he give you?
I don't recall what the whole conversation was. I didn't write any of it down. I would go through these and try and, and where I wrote none on the side of them, there are none. There are no documents. The creation of the Natural Resource Committee, those were there was no application under 2. There are no records of meetings. It was a very impromptu ad hoc group that we put together.
5 minutes left on tape, council.
I just have a few more questions.
There were no conversations of any business related to, that where we would make any records of any meetings or any public record. There was nothing. It was relatively put together relatively quick, and
just so the record's clear, Sheriff, you should wait for a question to be
Okay.
answered. Or, I'm sorry, a question to be asked and then give your answer.
So what were you intending to convey when you wrote none next to all of the requests 1 through 12?
that we don't have that data. And as far as I could recall, in the public records, that if the record does not exist, that I don't have to go, I don't know how to say it. If the public record is not already there, I don't have to go generate the data to satisfy a public records request.
When, for example, you wrote none next to number 11 on the second page, which asks for the record of every arrest report in which Glenn Palmer was the primary arresting officer in 2015. Why did you write none next to that request?
I think I went back to the radio, or not the radio log, the case log, and I don't think there was any that I was the primary arresting officer.
In the year 2015?
I believe so. Without going back and looking at that.
Did you make these notations before or after you received the district attorney's order to make available for inspection Exhibit 22, which, for your reference, is dated April 4th, 2016?
On this one? Which one came first?
I'm asking you the handwritten notations that you made. Did you make those notations before or after you received Exhibit 22, the district attorney's?
I don't recall. I know Jim Carpenter brought this over and dropped it off, I believe. But I don't know which one came first. I don't recall.
We can change that.
This is the ending of tape number 3 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. We're going off the record. The time is approximately 3:05 p.m. This is the beginning of tape number 4 to the video deposition of Glenn Palmer. Today's date is September 20th, 2016. The time is approximately 3:11 p.m. We are now back on the record.
Chair Palmer, what steps did you take to determine whether there were any records of arrest reports in which you were the primary arresting officer in 2015?
I think I went to the call log and went through all of the pages of what our case numbers are, and it lists who the cases were assigned to. And after I reviewed that document, that's how I came up with the number as me being the primary arresting officer.
And according to your handwritten notation here, that number was 0. Correct?
Under which?
Next to number 11, there's the notation none.
Yes. Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, there was none that I was the primary arresting officer.
Did that turn out to be accurate, that conclusion?
I don't know, I think you're about to show me something that may be, looking at your notes, I don't know. But when I looked at the primary, or the arrest log, that's where I got my data and my information.
What is the arrest log that you're referring to?
It's the same one where you assign the case number. It's got the case number, it's got the date. It's either got the complainant or suspect or victim. It's got the officer that's assigned to the case.
Were you surprised when you learned, based on your review of that document, that there was no arrest report for 2015 in which you were the primary arresting officer?
Say that again, please.
Were you surprised after you reviewed the arrest log or call log that for the year 2015 there were no cases or arrest reports in which you were the primary arresting officer?
Was I surprised?
Yes.
I don't think I was surprised.
Did you have any independent recollection of any incidents in 2015 when you were the primary arresting officer?
Not from memory, I don't.
Are you aware that documents were subsequently produced to the plaintiffs in this case that show that you were the primary arresting officer for cases in 2015?
I was not, that I know of. I don't know if our office released that or if somebody else released it, I don't know.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 23.
Okay.
You recognize at least the first several pages of these documents.
Yes.
And what are they?
That's a case report.
And are these incident reports, case reports that reflect that you were the arresting officer for these incidents?
No. Just looking at the first one, I did not make an arrest on anybody in this case. I may have been the author of the report, but I did not make an arrest.
What about the next report, the one dated February 3rd, 2015?
Say the date again.
The date on the upper right is February 3rd, 2015.
Okay.
Is this a report from 2015 that reflects an incident in which you were the primary arresting officer?
You know what, without looking at a probable cause affidavit, I don't remember who was the primary officer. I don't think I was on Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Because I think I don't know. I don't think, without looking at a probable cause affidavit, I don't think I was the one that arrested him. Even though I wrote a police report on it.
Okay. Well, just taking not to belabor the point, but if you take a quick look through the first few pages of, first several pages of this document, Exhibit 23, are there incident reports or other reports reflecting cases in which you were the primary arresting officer?
Do you want them to look at every page?
No. You can take a quick skim and see if it refreshes the recollection. So, just as an example, the incident report for Mr. Camacho, which is dated Tuesday, October 20th, 2015.
What was the date, pencil?
.323.
Yeah. question, does that report reflect that you were the officer that took Mr. Camacho into custody?
Yes,
Okay. And would that be a circumstance in which you would be considered the primary arresting officer?
yes.
Is there a reason why your search through the arrest log would not have picked up this incident report 323? And I'm just using the last three digits as you did.
I may have overlooked it. But all the other ones, I can tell you I was not the primary arresting. I may have been the primary investigating, but some of these were referred to the DA for either a citation or for them to make a decision on whether or not they're gonna proceed with criminal charges.
If a warrant is issued on a case that you're investigating, is that a warrant that you would execute, or would you delegate?
I'm sorry. I
Sorry.
was reading something here when you started to talk, and
That's all right.
I apologize.
If a warrant is issued on a case in which you're the primary investigating officer, is that a warrant that you would typically execute, or would you delegate that task to somebody else?
It's hard to say. If I've got my hands full and there's somebody else that could go do it, I'd send somebody else to go do it, but I was the only one at the office at the time, circuit court, or when the court called down and said, hey, he just left. And I ran out the door and went and grabbed him.
Okay. Now, with respect, turning back to Exhibit 21, the March 28th letter with your notations, there are 3 record requests that are phrased similarly, 8, 9, and 10, which state, each of them, the record of the total number of concealed handgun licenses issued by the Sheriff's Office in, and 8 is 2014, 9 is 2015, and 10 is 2016. And for each one of those, you wrote none next to them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your reasoning when you determined that there were no records responsive to 8, 9, and 10?
Say the very last again.
I'll repeat the question. What was your reasoning when you determined that there were no records responsive to request 8, 9, and 10?
Because I have never seen any place in our office where we keep the total number of concealed handgun licenses.
Are there, however, records from which one could determine the total number of handgun licenses issued by the Sheriff's Office in those years?
But again, under legal advice I had at the time is that I didn't have to go make the record to satisfy a public records request. I didn't have to go look through all of those and dig it up and start tallying, is what I was told.
I understand what your understanding of your obligations were. My question was a little bit different, though. In terms of records that existed at the time, did records exist from which one could determine, if you asked, the total number of concealed handgun licenses that were issued in any particular year?
I want to say yes. I think. But again, I've never seen the total number ever presented to me in either an annual report or a monthly report or a weekly report. I know there was some data going out to the local newspaper, how many concealed handgun licenses, but as far as the total number, I had never seen that before.
And Well, there are the applications themselves, correct?
Yes, we have a file with the applications in them.
Was there any type of electronic records that reflected concealed handgun license applications to your office?
Yes. Those are, I don't know if somebody could get those from LEDs or from the state police when they do the background checks or when they're entered into the LEDs database.
When the licenses are received, the applications are received by your office, is the information entered on any database that you're aware of?
It could be in Sally's, I don't know the name of the program she uses. I've never seen a report from it. I want to say QuickBooks or something like that.
Would she be the person most knowledgeable to explain that process?
Possibly. Whoops, I'm sorry. That's your copy of it.
Show me what's,
Whoops.
is there more than one copy there?
I think so.
Yeah. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 24. This is a records request dated March 31st, 2016, addressed to you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this document?
Say that again, please.
Do you recall receiving this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do to respond to this public records request when you received it?
I don't recall. I don't know if I did anything with it at all without going back through my records and looking at it.
What records would show what response, if any, you made to this request?
I would have to look at those at my office to see what my response to this was, if there are any.
What would you look at in your office to make that determination?
The copy of this to see if I wrote any notes along the side of it.
Do you keep any separate notebook or electronic file on your computer to keep track of public records requests that you receive and what responses you make to them?
No, I don't. Not other than these documents here or the one that we made up since all of this began with the 3 pages on it. That's,
How did you mentioned a couple of times that you felt overwhelmed with the volume of requests at one point. In response to that feeling, did you institute any kind of filing system or procedure to keep track of which requests you were receiving and which requests you responded to and which requests you needed to respond to?
I don't believe I did. I pretty much put everything into an accordion file similar to that so that it wouldn't get mixed up with anything else. So I think I tried to keep everything in a chronological order, but with scanning and faxing and back and forth from the attorneys, it may be a little more disorganized than that.
And was that folder dedicated to requests that you received from Mr. Zeitz in the Oregonian, or was it broader than that?
As far as I know, it's just the one from Mr. Zates. I don't believe I put anything else in that file that I can recall.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 25. This is a letter dated June 29th, 2016. And it's from your attorneys to me in my office. And the ray line indicates public records request, March 31st, 2016, third claim, close paren. Do you see that?
Yes.
Other than this response, are you aware of any other response that was made to the public records request reflected in Exhibit 24?
I don't believe there was or is anything else other than maybe under number 4 on number 24. I haven't had time to get onto the Facebook stuff and deal with that one under number 4. That was one of the things I was still working with Ben Boyd on.
Just to stay on that topic, the request number 4 on Exhibit 24 for Facebook documents, that's a request that is still pending, correct?
Yes.
And do you have an estimate of the time when those records will be provided?
I don't.
The first request refers to Mr. Casuccio.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Mr. How do you know Mr. Casuccio?
He's a friend of mine that I deputized him as in a role as a civil deputy for processing concealed handgun licenses.
And what was the purpose of appointing Mr. Casuccio as a special deputy?
That was so that he could fingerprint non-resident applicants from other states to apply for a concealed handgun license in Oregon.
And how was it that you selected Mr. Casuccio to fulfill that role?
You know what, I don't recall. It's been a couple of years ago. I think he got a hold of me and kind of threw the idea at me, so.
So is it my understanding that he requested that you appoint him or deputize him for that purpose?
Yes.
And do you recall generally or specifically when he made that request?
No, not off the top of my head, I don't have that.
Did you have an understanding of whether Mr. Casuccio was affiliated with the Oregon Firearms Federation at the time that he made his request?
No. It wasn't up until about maybe within the last year that I found out he had anything to do with Oregon Firearms Federation.
How did you learn that?
We went out to dinner with some friends in Clackamas. I don't know where I'm at. It's down by Willamette Falls on the Columbia River, or on the Willamette River, I'm sorry. We went out to dinner there, and somebody told me that he has something to do with the membership for the Oregon Firearms Federation. He sets up a booth and solicits memberships for Oregon Firearms Federation.
What was qualifications to become a deputy?
Did you inquire of Mr. Casuccio what his qualifications were to become a civil deputy?
Yes, I think we did a background check on him, like I would any other buddy that applies for search and rescue or to be a reserve, or maybe somebody on our search and rescue group that that's pretty much it.
Did he provide you with any written documents in order to perform that background check?
Not that I can recall.
Did he fill out a written application?
Not that I can recall.
How was it, and when I say how, I'm kind of asking what medium, phone, email, etc. How was it that he communicated to you his request to be deputized for this purpose?
When I met him, he actually lives just a short distance from my son in the Gresham area. And when I go down to see my family in the Gresham areas, we've become pretty close friends.
So do you recall one way or the other how it was that he communicated to you this?
It was in person.
In person?
I had
Okay.
face-to-face meetings with him, and you know what, let me back up. He was actually the guy that introduced me to the guy that built our website, is how I first met him. I met him and he ended up introducing me to the guy that, so there was kind of a thing with our website to begin with. He was friends with a guy that built websites. And then I got to know Sal a little bit better and started talking about guns and non-resident applications and things like that. That's how it first started out.
So was it the website designer that introduced you to Mr. Casuccio, or the other way around?
Yep.
Okay. And do you recall any correspondence, either by hard copy letter, email, or text, to and from Mr. Casuccio at any point in time?
No, not that I can recall. It was mostly done face-to-face or...
Did, after he was appointed as a special deputy for this purpose, how did Mr. Casuccio communicate with you about matters relating to his duties and responsibilities as a special deputy?
Pretty much over the telephone. I very rarely ever talk to him during the work hours. He pretty much calls me at home, talks about something else, and
approximately how long has he been a deputy?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
Has it been over 2 years?
I couldn't tell you.
Did you ever provide Mr. Casuccio with any documents explaining what his duties and responsibilities are or would be?
No, I think it was pretty much verbal.
Did you ever have any type of formal training with Mr. Casuccio? Or did you ever formally train him?
Well, are you asking about a document with respect to training?
That was the precursor to asking a document with respect to training. Did you ever have a meeting?
No, what he was doing, he was already doing as far as fingerprinting. People are taking their applications and submitting them to us to be looked at for concealed handgun licenses. I think he was already doing that. I can't remember who for, or he was already, I think he was working for, I don't know who the business was or the company or, but he was already submitting fingerprints. He was already trained at what he did. I don't think there's anything that I could have offered him that I don't give to my regular jail staff that fingerprints people, and all he does was fingerprinted people and processed applications and put those applications in the mail and mailed them to Sally.
When you say he processed applications, what do you mean by
He'd take them. He'd take, for a concealed handgun license, if he trained somebody, like in a handgun safety course, and they wanted to apply for a non-resident concealed handgun license, he would submit, or the people would come in with a Grant County application, he would fingerprint them and forward that to us for a non-resident concealed handgun license.
When he forwarded that information to you, did the communication include any type of cover letter or document explaining
No.
what he was
They'd
forwarding?
just come in a mailer, and they would go to Sally, and Sally would open them and know what they were. Had his name on the outside of the envelope. Sally knew what they were.
What did, do you recall where you looked or what you did to determine whether, in fact, you had any records responsive to request number 1 in Exhibit 24?
I have no files in regards to, and there's nowhere I could look. The only thing that he would do is facilitate them being mailed to us, and Sally would process them. I would not know if they were somebody that walked into the office and asked for a concealed handgun license, or if it was somebody that was mailed in. Our records don't delineate who took the application, or, you know, Sal didn't put his name up in the corner of it, or,
Okay.
you know, I couldn't tell you if they came to the office, or,
Did you have Mr. Casuccio's email address at any time?
I believe so.
Did you at any time email with Mr. Casuccio regarding any of the topics that are listed on request number 1 of Exhibit 24?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe I did. It was mostly face-to-face. And we very, very seldom ever, unless I go down and see my grandkids, I call him every time I go down and see if he wants to get together. Other than that, haven't communicated with him or don't communicate with him for, you know, in regards to this. We haven't done this program for about 2 years now. So it's not an ongoing continual, he hasn't done this for quite some time.
I see.
I haven't taken non-resident applications for quite some time. We stopped that.
Approximately when did you stop that
I
program?
couldn't tell you, it's been a couple years. It's been a long time. Up to a couple years, I would say. Maybe a little bit longer.
Did you, when you stopped that program, how did you inform Mr. Casuccio that you would no longer be accepting applications that he was processing?
I think we met down in Gresham or, I don't know, maybe Clackamas or somewhere down there. Just told him I'm done doing the non-resident concealed handgun licenses.
Did you explain to him why?
I don't recall that I did. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I gave him some kind of a reason, or, and without going back and talking to somebody else, I couldn't even tell you why we stopped it. But I think we got a complaint from somebody that I've had enough of it. You know, non-resident complaining. The law says that I may issue to them, and I think they were going sideways with us and complaining, and for me to deal with their complaints, it was taking too much time, so I just did away with the program, stopped issuing to non-residents.
And did you ever keep any notes of your in-person or telephone communications with Mr. Casuccio about that program?
No, don't. It was mostly face-to-face with him when I go down to Gresham. I can tell you there's no communications with him and I in regards to the concealed handgun licenses that I know of. There's nothing there.
And what did you do in order to determine whether records existed in response to request number 2 on Exhibit 24?
Rick, I just recalled the memory. There is nothing from the Oregon Firearms Federation. Yeah, there's nothing between Oregon Firearms Federation and me or my office that typically that was mostly done over the telephone, and they aided and assisted us in getting a digital live scan fingerprint machine free by raising donations. Raising the funds through donations. That was quite a few years ago.
So there's no file in your office that's labeled, OFF or
Nothing.
Oregon Firearms Federation?
Nope, there's some brochures on our desk, and that's the only thing that I know that.
Did you communicate when they provided you with that piece of equipment? Did you communicate a thank you in a written form?
Not that I can recall. I tried to get our county to purchase one for us, and when they said no, I looked elsewhere, and Oregon Firearms Federation stepped up and solicited donations, and they ended up buying a live scan fingerprint machine for us.
How
It
did
actually still belongs to the Oregon Firearms Federation. They maintained ownership of it.
how was it? And when I say how, I'm referring to how you communicated. How was it that you made the request to the Oregon Firearms Federation?
Mostly face to face.
Did you keep any notes of that conversation?
No.
How are the ownership records related to the fingerprint machine kept? Is there a title or other a manual, anything like that?
No, it was just a gentleman's handshake between Kevin Starrett and I that they would maintain ownership of it, and it's pretty much a piece of equipment that's on loan or donation to us for as long as we need it. There's no inventory sticker on it, there's no record that the county bought it, there's no taxpayer money that went into it. It was all donated money.
Did you retain any documents related to Mr. Casuccio's background check?
Did I what?
Retain any documents related to Mr. Casuccio's background check?
No, we don't retain those. We look on the computer at what's on a criminal history, and if you print it off, it immediately gets shredded for as long as you have it in your hands. As soon as you're done looking at it, reviewing it, the requirement is that it gets shredded. And I can look at it on the computer screen without printing it and see if there was something that would prevent me from wanting to deputize somebody or have them on my staff of volunteers to do whatever I ask them to do.
On Exhibit 24, we mentioned the final request is for posts, comments, and entries related to 2 Facebook accounts. What Facebook accounts do you maintain?
I've got my personal Facebook account under my name, and there's one that I put together for the sheriff's office.
How long have you had your personal Facebook account?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. I think it's a couple of years, but I'm not positive.
On your personal Facebook account, are you identified as Sheriff Glenn Palmer?
On my personal one,
Yes.
I think it lists my occupation. But it doesn't, it's just got my first name. They both have my first name. One Facebook account that is my work-related one is the background picture on the first page. I don't know what you call it, but it's got a picture of the criminal justice facility on it.
And what are both of those pages private?
Say that again.
Are both of those Facebook pages private?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. What the settings are, I don't know that much about Facebook.
At any point in time, did you, in 2016, did you change the settings on either one of those accounts from public to private?
Not that I can recall.
Did, at any point in time in 2016, did you instruct somebody else to change the settings from public to private on either one of those accounts?
I don't believe so.
On your personal account, approximately how many friends do you have?
I couldn't tell you. I don't look at it.
How frequently do you look at your personal Facebook account?
It's hard to say. There's times where I'll get on there and look for messages a couple of times a day, and other times when I don't have anything going on, I might be on there 2 or 3 times a day, if not more.
Have you, on your personal Facebook account, have you ever communicated with anyone on a matter of public concern?
Object to the form of the question, but answer it if you can.
I'd have to look at it to see if there's, you know, and it's just like my cell phone. People call me on my work cell phone to talk private stuff, and people call me on my other phone, on my work phone, to talk to me about work stuff. So it goes both ways on the social media as well. And I get messages, and you know, on the one that I would consider that's work related, I get personal stuff on there, and there's on my personal one I get messages, people wanting to say, hey, is there any way you can help me find my stolen bike or whatever it may be. They message me back and forth on both of them.
What was the purpose for creating the second Facebook account, the sheriff's office account?
I wanted a way to communicate with the people that were on social media about what we were doing within the sheriff's office, and specifically with our search and rescue program and what was going on within their sheriff's office, to keep them abreast of what we've done and what we do and what happens.
So is it your view that and you may not know one way or the other, but is it your view that page, the sheriff's office page, should be accessible to the general public?
As far as an opinion, I just set it up and it's set up where it was, and as far as I know, I don't recall making any setting changes or that I can recall that would make it inaccessible. Or
if you learned that it was inaccessible to the general public, is that something that you would change?
possibly. And you know, at some point, I think I tried to dismantle the whole thing because I was catching a lot of grief over some of the stuff that people were sharing on the Facebook page. And I think at one point I may have tried to just do away with it, but I didn't know how to do that. So I stayed off of it for quite some time. Didn't add anything to it.
At some point in time, did you come back to it and check it with more regularity?
I'd say I check it, a couple times a day. Other than that, might go 2 or 3 days without checking it. Might go a week without checking it. I don't know. I don't know how to navigate on Facebook very well, so I don't understand the settings and stuff like that. So I've never had any training on it or anything like that.
Have you ever commented on someone else's page on Facebook?
I believe I have.
And have you, in your capacity as sheriff, responded to comments that you've received on your either personal Facebook page or the Grant County Sheriff's Facebook page?
Say that again, please.
Have you responded to comments that you have received on either your personal Facebook page or the Grant County Sheriff's Facebook page in your capacity as sheriff?
I may have.
Let me take a break here. I was just about to do that.
We're gonna go off the record. The time is approximately 3:59. We're going back on the record. The time is approximately 4:04.
I need to go back because I may have been confused or misunderstood. How many Facebook accounts have you maintained since January 1st, 2016?
I believe there's only 2.
And which accounts are those?
There's the one that's my personal Facebook page, and there's one that has the picture of the criminal justice facility on it. That was designed to be the one for the sheriff's office.
And the second one, what is the name of the page? Is it your name?
I couldn't tell you. I think it had sheriff on it, Sheriff Glenn Palmer, and it had the picture of the criminal justice facility, but I tried to dismantle it and I couldn't figure out how to shut it down. So I ended up taking sheriff off of it, so.
While we're marking that, apologies, forgot that you need your hands, don't you? Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 26, but before you look at that document, do you know how to block people on Facebook?
Yes.
This is an excerpt from a Facebook page, or appears to be, and the top notation is Sheriff Glenn Palmer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is this from a Facebook account that you maintained?
Say that again, please.
Is this document, Exhibit 28, a
26?
portion, I'm sorry, 26. Is this document a portion of, or does it reflect a Facebook page that you maintained?
Yes.
And is this one of the Facebook pages that you testified to earlier?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you currently have or maintain this Facebook page in the name Sheriff Glenn Palmer?
I don't believe it has sheriff on it.
So do you have 2 Facebook pages that you currently maintain, both of them in the name just Glenn Palmer?
I believe so.
Okay. How do you distinguish between the 2?
I don't know.
Is one more active than the other?
Yes, I believe my personal one is more active than the work one.
And when you say the work one, are you referring to the one that was formerly Sheriff Glenn Palmer?
I believe so.
And just to satisfy my curiosity, what is the photo that's reflected in this exhibit 26?
I don't know that if I can depict it either. It might have been a picture of me when I was in junior high. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought I had a picture of me on there standing out in front of the sheriff's office. I don't know. I may have had this on there at one time. I don't know.
Do you understand that comments to and from you on Facebook can be public records?
Yes.
And when, in your understanding, would a comment to or from yourself be considered a public record? And when I say comment, I'm referring to a Facebook comment.
Objection asked for a legal conclusion. You can answer if you can.
Okay.
Answer.
If it has to do with work-related business or in the public's interest.
And is that the criteria that you're using when you're reviewing Facebook posts and comments for purposes of responding to request number 4 of the March 31st, 2016 request?
I'm not sure what to say because I haven't had a chance to go back and look at those records yet and fulfill that public records request.
If you look at Exhibit 26, there's several exchanges between you and individuals that I don't know that appear to be related to the shooting of Mr. Finicum. Do you see that?
Is this on Exhibit 26?
Correct.
I only see one person on there that I'm communicating with.
I'm sorry. Do you know that person?
No, I don't.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you consider those comments and responses between you and Mr. Asturias to be public records?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, but answer it if you can.
It is work-related, and I would say that it is a public record. But I will keep in mind, this is one I don't need to provide you because you already have it. I don't know.
I'm just going to flip through my notes. I may have maybe done. At any point in time, in an attempt to respond to Mr. Seitz's or the Oregonian public records requests, did you attempt to search your computer for electronic files other than emails that may be responsive to those requests?
Other than using ESD and contacting CenturyTel, I don't have the ability to where to even look, to begin to look for any other thing on emails or I don't have any files, I don't have any.
He was specifically asking about non-email documents.
Yeah, there are none that I know of that.
Do you, are you familiar with Microsoft Word as a word processing program?
I can get on Microsoft Word and type a document or a letter and save it to a file, yes.
Did you attempt to determine whether there were any Microsoft Word documents responsive to any of the Oregonian's public records requests?
I think I'd have to go back and look at it and see if there are anything on there, but you know, other than just a handful of pictures, I typically don't keep anything. What it does, it brings up an icon on my desktop, and I don't think there's anything there that I'd have to look at it again.
If you do use Microsoft Word, where are those documents, letters and whatnot, saved?
If I do use Microsoft Word,
to create a document?
This is for everything, just every Word document.
it would probably just go to my files or either to my documents or to my desktop. There's,
Some,
I very rarely ever use it, and I'm not that computer savvy to put them in a whole bunch of places that, it's just generally either my desktop, it's on the front screen, or it's, if I open up my documents or my files, it goes to my document, and that's about the only place that I save anything.
okay. And what I'm getting to is some organizations have, a document management system, something called iManage or something of that nature. Are you familiar with?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay.
This concludes the video deposition of Glenn Palmer, consisting of 4 videotapes. The time is approximately 4:16 p.m. The original tapes of today's testimony will remain in the custody of Bridges Recording and Legal Video Inc. We are now off the record.